Hey guys. Tonight we crawl into a medieval hovel. Duck under a sagging thatched roof. And brace for a night colder than your ex's heart. Outside. The wind howls, like it knows your name. Inside. The walls sweat with damp, and the air smells like cabbage. Smoke. And something you really hope is just wet straw. You tuck your toes under a scratchy wool blanket, someone's great-great-grandmother, probably spun by candlelight. And you pray. Pray that no rats scamper across your chest before sunrise. You've got no thermostat, no heated mattress pad, and definitely no Wi-Fi. Honestly, you probably won't survive this. But that's okay because you're a medieval peasant now. And freezing is just part of the bedtime routine. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. The moment the sun sets, cold starts to sneak in. Not all at once, just an icy whisper through the cracks in the walls. The cottage you live in isn't exactly Fort Knox. It's cobbled together with wattle and daub, and maybe a bit of leftover hope. The timber frames groan as the wind batters the thatch roof above. Somewhere in the corner, a mouse scuttles. But you're too tired to care. You're lying on a thin sack filled with straw that pokes at your back like an army of tiny pitchforks. Above you, the rafters are black with soot years and years of smoke curling up from the fire without a chimney to escape through. You'd think the smoke might warm things up, but it mostly just chokes you. The fire itself is a feeble pile of embers, still glowing but threatening to give up at any moment. You poke at it with a stick, hoping to coax a bit more heat from the ashes. Spoiler, it's not working. You try to pull the blanket tighter around your shoulders, but it's more of a cloth suggestion than actual warmth. You're wearing every item of clothing. You own 2 tunics, 3 threadbare wool leggings, a ragged hood, and a pair of someone else's socks with a hole at the heel. And you're still shivering. Your breath fogs in front of you as if to say, "Yep, still alive." Unfortunately, cold in the Middle Ages wasn't just uncomfortable, it was terrifying. There were no weather apps, no alerts, and no cozy coffee shops waiting with hot drinks. Just cold that crept into your bones and stayed there. Historians still argue whether the average indoor temperature of a medieval cottage dipped below freezing in harsh winters, but some accounts suggest frost formed on the inside of walls. Let that sink in. You could literally wake up with snow inside your house. Your ears ache from the chill, and your fingers are numb. You curl them under your arms for warmth. But it's like trying to heat a popsicle with another popsicle. The hearth was supposed to be the heart of the home, but most of the heat went straight up into the rafter soar, out through the roof. Rich people had fireplaces with proper chimneys. You have a smoky hole in the wall and an eternal draft under the door. Still, you do what you can. You huddle close to your siblings. All of you crammed into a single bed platform stuffed with straw, moss, and various bits of last year's hay. The youngest gets tucked in the middle to keep warm. You're on the outer edge, and you can feel the breeze licking at your spine through the cracked wall. Fun fact, medieval peasants didn't sleep in one long stretch like we do today. First sleep and second sleep were common, especially in winter, when nights were long and candles were scarce. After a few hours of sleep, people often woke in the middle of the night, tended fires, prayed, or even did some quiet chores. Then they'd drift off again until dawn. Right now, though, you just want to get through the first sleep without your toes turning blue. Outside, the wind rattles the wooden shutters. You'd close them tighter, but they're barely attached as it is. One flaps loose, thumping softly with each gust. The dog, your one warm luxury, lets out a sleepy huff and curls closer to your feet. Lucky thing. You wonder if you should have slept on the hay pile in the barn instead. At least the cows give off heat. Not that barns were warm. Mind you, they were just slightly less icy than your cottage. And you could nestle into the animal's body heat. Of course, that came with a price: fleas, lice, the occasional kick from a sleepy ox. But warmth is warmth. Every now and then, a flicker of light dances along the wall from the dying fire. Shadows stretch and sway like cold spirits come to tuck you in. You remember the story the old woman told about the frost demons who crept in to steal breath from sleepers. You scoff, and then you wrap the blanket tighter. As your eyes begin to close, your stomach gives a half-hearted growl. Supper was thin gruel, maybe a crust of hard bread soaked in broth. You used to dream of feasts, but now you dream of warm hands and thicker blankets. Hunger dulls to a low ache as sleep drags you under. Outside, the world is muffled by snow. Inside, you hear the steady rhythm of breathing your family. Your dog. The occasional snore from your father that sounds like he's gargling rocks. You adjust your position, trying to avoid a particularly stubborn straw that's poking your ribs. It's a dance you've done 100 times. You think of the richer folk, the ones with stone houses and actual mattresses stuffed with feathers. They probably have someone to tend their fires all night. Maybe a servant poking the coals while they dream of roasted meat and warm wine. Historians still debate how common those comforts were, or if that image is more medieval fantasy than reality. But it doesn't stop you from imagining it. A sudden snap from the fire pulls you halfway awake. Just the wood shifting. You sigh and turn your face into the scratchy wool of your sibling's sleeve. The night is long. The cold is longer. But for now, you've made it one more hour. You wake before dawn. Not because you're rested, but because your feet feel like they're missing. Not numb. Exactly more like ghost feet that might have already said goodbye to your body and moved on to a better afterlife. You wiggle your toes. Or try to. One moves. That's a win. Next to you, your little brother is snoring into your shoulder. His breath is warm and smells faintly of onions. You're not mad about it. Honestly, it's the warmest part of your night so far. You shift slightly, trying not to disturb the delicate ecosystem of body heat that's taken hours to build. But your hip is mashed against the edge of the wooden bed frame, and there's a mysterious damp patch under your leg that may or may not be related to the chamber pot. You pull your hood further over your head, tucking your chin down. It's not much. Just a coarse bit of wool you tied into a sort of nightcap, but it traps what little warmth your body is leaking. This, plus the tunic under the tunic, under the other tunic. That's your armor against the cold. No fleece-lined base layers. No thermal pajamas. just layers of wool, linen, and desperation. Clothing isn't about fashion here. It's about survival. You've worn the same pair of woolen chausses, kind of like itchy medieval leggings, for the past 8 days. They smell like wood smoke, wet earth, and something that might once have been goat milk, but they're warm. Mostly. If you're really lucky, you've got a pair of underdrawers linen ones, tied with a string. If you're less lucky, it's bare cheeks and a wish. Historians still argue whether peasants actually owned multiple outfits or just one good set and maybe a ragged spare. What's certain is that layering was key. Even if you only had 3 pieces of clothing, you wore all 3. On your head, a coif or hood. On your chest, a tunic over a shirt. Maybe a second tunic if you'd inherited one from a cousin who mysteriously disappeared last winter. Rip. Martin. Gloves were rare, unless you'd stitched them yourself from animal scraps. And socks? Wool tubes tied with string. If you lost one, you didn't just cry, you held a funeral. The fire, such as it is a gray smudge in the hearth now. You sit up slowly, trying not to wake the rest of the lumpen family pile. Your blanket drags with you, catching on your father's big toe. He grunts, but doesn't wake. You tiptoe over the frozen floorboards, the wood cold and splintery beneath your feet. You left your shoes near the fire last night to dry. Bad idea. One is warmish, the other is suspiciously crispy. You tug them on anyway, stuffing the toes with moss. Yes, moss. It's surprisingly useful, if a bit spongy. Not kite doctor. Shoals comfort. But it keeps your feet from turning into medieval popsicles. As you lace your shoes, really just rough leather sacks with strings, you sigh through chapped lips. Your fingers are already stiff. In a corner of the room, your mother is wrapped in a brown wool cloak. She stirs the ashes with a stick, squinting against the rising smoke. No chimney. Remember? The fire pit is open, and the smoke just wanders out through a hole in the roof or not. Your eyes water instantly. You cough into your sleeve, and your mother mutters something that may be a blessing or a curse. You help her feed the embers, adding small twigs and hoping the larger logs will catch. Smoke billows, dark and greasy, clinging to the thatch and your hair. Medieval hairstyles? Mostly whatever shape your head took when you woke up. There's a reason caps were popular. No one wants to see bedhead from a straw mattress. The air inside the cottage is damp and heavy. Cold seeps from the stone floor and the unplastered walls. Even your breath looks tired. A sluggish mist as you exhale. You kneel close to the fire, trying to warm your hands. A coal sparks, and you jerk back. Too close. The cuffs of your second tunic are already scorched from last week's fire-starting incident. You glance around. No one else is up yet, save the chicken peeking in through the broken shutter. Chickens aren't supposed to be indoors, but your cottage is more of a flexible use space. If it's warmish and has a floor, it's home for whoever can fit. Your mother sets a pot over the fire, something thin with barley and leftover turnips. Breakfast. If you're lucky, maybe a scrap of salted pork fell in. If not, surprise, it's turnip water again. You sit beside her, cloak wrapped tight. Both of you blinking through smoke. Neither of you talks much. Words take energy, and you need that energy to keep your blood circulating. There's a lull, a moment when you close your eyes and just listen to the world. Outside, the wind has died down a little. Inside, your siblings are beginning to stir groans. Farts. Muffled complaints. Your father's snore becomes a cough, then a sneeze. Somewhere in the hay, a mouse squeaks in protest. The fire finally catches with a dull whoomph, and warmth starts to seep into your frozen knees. You glance down at your hands. The skin is red and cracked. There's dirt under your nails, soot on your knuckles. You remember last winter when your neighbor's son lost 2 fingers to frostbite. They turned black, and the village priest said it was punishment for skipping Mass. But you remember how cold it was that week, cold enough to freeze the water bucket solid. Historians still argue whether peasants truly suffered frostbite often, or if these stories are exaggerated. But one thing's certain: winter could maim you. You take a sip of the warm barley broth. It's bland, but it soothes your chest. Raw from the night's chill. You huddle closer to the fire. Your brother sits beside you, tugging on a sock that used to belong to someone much larger, or maybe just with fewer toes. He grins through missing teeth. You roll your eyes. Family. The sun is creeping over the horizon now. A weak, milky light that filters through the thatch and the smoke. Another day begins. But for a few more minutes, you cling to this bubble of warmth, the fire, the ragged cloaks, the slow sip of something warm. You survived another night. Not comfortably, not elegantly, but you're still here. And really, that's all anyone in your position hopes for. You head outside just as the sky turns from leaden gray to something almost resembling daylight. The ground crunches beneath your feet, a thin crust of frost, covering the dirt path between the cottage and the tiny yard. Your breath hangs in the air like a puff of steam from a broken kettle. You pull your cloak tighter, wishing once again that you had a proper scarf, or at least something not full of holes. But warmth isn't in the wardrobe, it's in the fire. Or, ideally, near it. If you're lucky, there's still a bit of fuel left in the pile, some dry twigs. A hunk of softwood. Oak burns best, but it's reserved for the manor house. You get whatever scraps the forest allows. Last week, you collected a bundle of gnarled branches and dead bark. The week before, it was a pile of cow dung, Patty's dried flat like cookies, and surprisingly flammable. This morning, though, the woodpile looks pathetic. A few damp twigs and a piece of something that might be an old cart spoke. Fire is life out here, but starting one is a delicate art. You kneel in the soot-caked hearth again, shivering as your numb fingers try to arrange kindling just so. Your breath fogs the tiny flint stone as you strike it. Sparks, dancing against the cold like tiny fireworks. Finally, a flicker. You cup the glow with your hands and whisper encouragement like it's a stubborn cat. Come on. Come on. When it catches, there's a satisfaction so deep, it almost makes your stomach growl again. Not that it's going to get much food, but heat. Heat is dinner, dessert, and a bedtime story all at once. The fire isn't just about staying warm, it's about staying alive. Historians still debate how often medieval fires caused cottage burnings. Some claim they were rare thanks to care and experience. Others insist whole villages vanished under flames sparked by an errant ember. Either way, you know better than to fall asleep next to it. That's how old Willem ended up with no eyebrows. And possibly a haunted spoon. No one builds a proper fire and just lets it burn all night, unattended. There's a rhythm to eat a stoke before bed. A check at midnight. A poke at dawn. Fire tends to wander if ignored. It's not just warmth, it's work. Smoke blackens the beams above you until they're shiny with soot. The smell clings to your hair, your clothes, your skin. No amount of herbs or fresh air will scrub it away. You glance up at the ceiling. There's no chimney, just a smoke hole in the roof, often half blocked by thatch. It's barely enough to vent the cloud that now churns through the room. Your eyes water constantly, a slow-burning irritation that no medieval eye drop could fix. Some folks smeared their lids with goose, fat, or honey as protection. You've tried both. Neither worked, unless your goal was to smell like dessert. The cottage fills with a hazy gray light, filtered through the smoke and the frost-covered shutters. As the fire strengthens, the room feels less like a tomb and more like a very grumpy bear den. You sit back on your heels and take a breath. Your cloak smells like every meal you've ever eaten and every log you've ever burned. A mix of wood, ash, and turnip stew. It's practically your signature scent. Some mornings, you skip the fire altogether and head straight for the manor fields. But today, the cold bites too deep, and your joints protest like rusty hinges. You wrap your hands in bits of spare cloth makeshift mittens with more holes than thread and clutch your hands close to your chest. This fire, however smoky, gives you a place to gather, to eat, to talk. It's a hearth, in every sense. It's where the family clusters, whether sharing gossip, warmth, or the occasional flea. In fact, most of the time, all three. You hear the neighbor's voice outside, calling to his son. His voice cracks with the cold. You can almost feel a thaw. The frigid air stabs your throat when you raise your voice too quickly. Even yelling can be painful when your lungs haven't warmed up yet. A dog barks. Someone's rooster tries to crow and gives up halfway through. Even the animals seem frozen. You remember last winter when one of the pigs keeled over from the cold right there in the yard. It became dinner, eventually, but no one was happy about it, especially the pig. Inside, your younger sister wraps her arms around her keys, rocking slightly in front of the fire. She's wearing 2 wool tunics and 1 sleeve that clearly belong to an entirely different garment. Her nose is red, and her eyes are puffy from the smoke. But she's smiling, because the fire, despite everything, feels like a little win. Some wealthier peasants or townsfolk had small stone hearths with actual flues or rudimentary chimneys. You do not. You've heard of clay braziers, little pots full of coals used for warmth in bedrooms or workshops. But you've never seen one. You have your open pit, your patience, and a lot of smoke. Your uncle once claimed he knew someone in town who used heated stones wrapped in cloth and tucked them into their bed to keep warm. He also claimed he could speak Latin and ride a swan. So, grains of salt. You stretch your legs near the fire, letting the warmth creep in like sunlight through cracked shutters. The room smells like scorched wool, old onions, and smoke. It stings your nose, but it's oddly comforting, like you're wrapped in someone's grandmother's old stew recipe. You think of the stories you've heard, fires that went out in the middle of the night. People waking to bitter, paralyzing cold. Some say that's how little Elsbeth caught lung fever, woke up blue, lipped and shaking. Never spoke again. Others say she just didn't like talking. Historians still argue whether winter-related respiratory illness or lingering superstitions had more impact on survival rates. Either way, the message is clear: don't let the fire die. So you build it up. Carefully, methodically. You pile on what dry fuel you can find. You rearrange the stones. Push the embers just right. Eventually, you get it hot enough to sizzle if you spit into it. You do, because you're 12 inside. And then you sit. You don't move much in the cold. Every motion costs heat. So you sit still, hunched over like a hermit crab, letting the warmth bleed into your bones. You tilt your head back and close your eyes. Just a moment, just long enough to thaw your fingers. Just long enough to remember what it feels like to be alive. Your eyes flutter open again as another thick swirl of smoke stings its way into your nose. The fire's crackling now. But it's also filling the cottage with that familiar gray haze so dense, you're pretty sure your eyebrows are absorbing it. You wave a hand half-heartedly in front of your face, knowing it's useless. This is just life with no chimney. You'd think by now your body would adapt. Sprout some kind of built-in filter system, like a medieval Dyson. But nope, still coughing. Still tearing up. Still blowing black soot from your nose every time you sneeze. There's no real way for the smoke to escape, except through the open door or the tiny hole in the thatch roof, which doubles as a direct entry point for every wind gust and snowflake that decides to visit. So, you make peace with it. You sit in it. You let it soak into your skin. Honestly, it's probably the only antimicrobial feature your house has. Maybe all this soot is secretly good for the pores. You blink through the smoke to where your sister is trying to dry her only pair of undergarments on a stick near the flame. Bold move. That's how people end up with crispy linen and embarrassing singe patterns. Your mother snatches them away before disaster strikes, muttering about how many times she's told her not to dry things on the fire. Beside them, your brother adds a handful of dried dung to the embers, and the smell immediately takes a turn. It's earthy. To put it politely, if you were trying to win a worst air freshener contest, you'd be in first place. The inside of the cottage has turned into a strange fusion of fog, funk, and faint heat. You imagine this is what a medieval spa must have felt, like minus the cucumber water and peaceful ambiance. If you hold still long enough, you can hear the crackle of the fire, the occasional drip of water from a corner where the thatch leaks, and the distant clomp of hooves as a cart rolls past the village road. You glance upward. The thatch above your head is a mess. Dried reeds packed together with mud, twigs, and possibly bird dropping shelled in place, with wooden pegs and a prayer. You know it's been up there for at least a decade. Maybe longer. Every few months, someone in the village talks about patching theirs up. But it usually ends with someone falling off a ladder and swearing off roofing forever. Your roof has its own little community of mice and beetles. You once caught a spider the size of your thumbnail, making a hammock in the rafters. People talk about castles and stone buildings as if they were standard medieval fare. But the truth is, your world is made of timber, stuff, and patience. Most peasants never even saw a real castle, much less entered one, and certainly not with clean boots. The smoke-blackened rafters above you are your ceiling, your insulation, and your weather report. If snow's blowing sideways through the holes, congratulations, sight's going to be a long night. You shift on the bench, trying to keep your legs from falling asleep. There's a spot right by the hearth that's warm enough to be dangerous. If you sit too long, you get lazy. Dozy. You might even drift off and fall face first into the ashes. It's happened before. Your Uncle Leaf once took a nap beside the fire and woke up with one eyebrow missing and his tunic sleeve smoking like a bad joke. The light inside is still dim, but the sky outside is beginning to brighten, pale blue trying to elbow its way through the overcast morning. Smoke from your cottage and the neighboring ones rises in lazy columns, barely visible unless the wind catches them just right. The whole village smells like burning wood, vetvol, and whatever someone had for breakfast. If you're lucky, it's just porridge. If you're not, it's fermented cabbage. You duck outside for a breath of air that isn't trying to pickle your lungs. Cold as it is, it feels sharper, cleaner. You draw it in, shivering, and take a quick glance around. Most of the other cottages are waking up, smoke rising. Chickens squawking. A few neighbors stomping through the frost with buckets sloshing. You see little Ruthie 2 doors down, waving a frozen fish at her brother like a sword. Classic Ruthie. Somewhere behind you, a dog barks and startles a pig, which squeals and crashes into a fence. A rooster crows again, this time with a bit more confidence. It's noisy, chaotic, but somehow comforting. And then you smell it again, that familiar combination of wood smoke and burning tallow. Someone's lit a candle inside. Or maybe it's a rushlight, basically a strip of dried plant stem soaked in animal fat. Either way, it's a step up from total darkness. The light is weak, yellowish, and smells suspiciously like leftover stew. But it works. Candles are a luxury, even the smoky homemade kind. You remember the last time your family managed to barter for beeswax? No, that candle actually smelled good, sweet, almost buttery. You lit it on All Saints' Day and nearly cried. Now, it's back to rushlights, which burn fast and uneven, and occasionally sputter out just when you're starting to feel safe. Historians still argue whether most peasants even bothered with night lighting or just adapted to the dark. There's evidence for both. But in your case, it's simple. If you've got the fat, you light it. If not, you sit in the dark and listen to the fire grumble. Back inside, your mother is rubbing her hands near the hearth, trying to coax warmth into her fingers. Her skin looks raw, cracked from days of washing, howling, and fighting the chill. She hums under her breath. Some old song you've heard since you were small. Something about summer, bird song, and fields full of rye. Sounds fake. Your father clomps in through the door, slapping snow from his boots. He's already been out to check the animals. And judging by the look on his face, the goats are not cooperating. He grunts something that might be mourning or murder, then sits beside the fire with a sigh. He reaches out and prods the embers with a stick, then adds a small logon of the last dry ones. Every fire lit in this village means one less piece of wood on the pile. One more reminder that winter doesn't care how careful you were last summer. Even now, you're planning how to stretch what's left. Half-burnt planks, bark shavings, dried weeds, and anything else that might keep the fire alive just a few minutes longer. You remember hearing a story about people collecting bones and burning them when they ran out of wood. Apparently, bones don't burn well, but they tried anyway. Desperation makes you creative. You sit back down, your legs slowly warming again. Smoke still curls around the ceiling beams, and your eyes still sting. But the fire is steady. It glows orange in the half-light, casting strange shadows that dance along the dirt floor. You settle into your spot, wrapping your arms around your knees. Outside, the wind howls against the walls. But inside, just for a little while, it's warm enough to stop your teeth from chattering. You stay curled by the fire for a little longer, trying to wring every drop of heat from the smoky orange glow. But eventually, nature calls, not in the poetic, birdsong kind of way, but in the unpleasant, full bladder kind. You shift uncomfortably, eyeing the chamber pot across the room like it's a venomous creature. Which, in a way, it is. You know it's cold. You know it smells. And you definitely know it's not been emptied since yesterday morning. Your sister is already making the face, the one that means she's debating whether to beat you to it. You make a move. So does she. It's a slow, quiet race, with a lot of awkward stepping over sleeping relatives, bumping into low beams, and swearing under your breath when you stub your toe on the firewood stack. Again, when you finally reach the pot, the disappointment is instant. It's full, technically not overflowing, but let's just say it's pushing its medieval limits. You consider your options, use it and risk a slosh, or make a break for the outdoors and risk freezing your everything. Neither is ideal. This is the great peasant dilemma: indoor humiliation versus outdoor frostbite. You sigh and choose option 3. Wait. You sit back down near the hearth, legs crossed tightly, teeth gritted. There's nothing noble about it. This is what bedtime in the Middle Ages really meant: sharing space, sharing air, and unfortunately, sharing the sounds and smells of bodily functions with 8 other people, a dog, and probably a chicken. Speaking of which, the chicken is back. It flutters down from a rafter beam and lands near the hearth, looking smug. That bird has more confidence than most noblemen. You nudge it gently away with your foot, and it pecks at your shoelace like you've offended its honor. Back on the bed, the family lump is beginning to stir again. Blankets shift. Someone mutters. Your mother blows her nose loudly and gropes for a mug of yesterday's tea. Now cold and a little thick. No one speaks. Not yet. It's still that strange in-between hour, too late for sleep, too early for chores, too cold for movement. You look around the room. It's small. Yes, but it's also full of people, of noise, of smells, and of stories. Over there, the corner where your father once trapped a weasel that had been stealing eggs. That dent in the wall? Your cousin tripped into it during a midsummer dance, and no one ever fixed it. The woven mat on the floor hides a spot where something unpleasant once leaked through the ceiling. The less said about that, the better. Your boudoir, rather. Your shared sleeping platform is made of wooden planks covered in a thin sack of straw. No box spring. No feather topper. Just straw, moss, and the faint hope that none of the bugs are feeling adventurous tonight. If you're rich and you're not, you might have a mattress filled with feathers. But you've got hay that crunches when you shift and sticks to your clothes like needy burrs. Every morning, you wake up looking like you fought a scarecrow in your sleep. And yet, it's the bed for everyone. No separate rooms. No privacy curtains. Just bodies crammed together like firewood. Stacked for maximum heat. You're always touching someone elbow to rib. Foot to shin. Sometimes, face to armpit. It's uncomfortable. Itchy. And smells like laundry day. Never came. But it's warm. And warmth, right now, is everything. Families often slept like this not just for space, but for heat. Bundling wasn't just for couples, it was survival. Parents, siblings, even guests might be invited into the pile. Body heat was the original central heating system. Historians still argue whether social lines blurred more during winter simply out of necessity, but let's just say modesty took a seasonal vacation. Of course, bedfellows brought more than just warmth. They brought lice, fleas, and all the itching that came with them. You scratch your neck, remembering yesterday's flea bite. There's always something crawling. Your sister claims she once found a beetle in her ear. She's dramatic. But still, you check your pillow just in case. The bed frame creaks as your father gets up, his joints cracking like branches under snow. He mutters about the pigs again. Something about frost on their snouts. Your little brother burrows deeper into the blankets like a sleepy ferret. He has the best spot, the middle. Warm and protected from both draft and collision. You remember that one winter your aunt came to stay, and there were 10 of you packed in like pickled herring. You slept curled up at the end, by everyone's feet, and woke with someone else's big toe in your mouth. That's a memory that doesn't fade. But you survived. You always do. Nearby, the rush mat rustles. The dog rises and stretches, yawning with a squeaky wheeze. He shakes once, shedding straw and something that might be a flea circus. Then he flops back down by the fire. The only one smart enough to claim that prime real estate and defend it like a dragon with its hoard. Your mother starts breakfast if you can call it that. A few oats. Maybe a sliver of dried apple if you're lucky. The kettle groans as it heats. Steam rising in lazy curls. The room begins to fill with that scent you know so well. Warm grain. Vetvol. And an undertone of ash that never really goes away. As the fire pops, you reach for your cloak. Time to move. The warmth you banked overnight is fading. And your chores won't wait. But before you stand, you glance once more at the crowded bed, your siblings half awake. Your parents rubbing their eyes. The chicken now perched triumphantly on the footboard. You take a breath. Deep and slow. It's smoky. Yes. It's musty. Yes. But it's also familiar. This is your life. Not elegant. Not clean. Not quiet but stubbornly. Wonderfully alive. And somehow, despite everything, despite the smoke, the straw, the stink, you're not cold. Not yet. Anyway, You shuffle out of bed, or off the bed, or more accurate out from the middle of the human and animal lasagna you've been sleeping in. It takes effort. There are elbows, limbs, and one very confused dog to step over, but eventually, you land upright. Sort of. You stretch your arms, and your back makes a sound that could probably be used as percussion in a medieval death metal band. Everyone groans in their own little key. As the family blob begins to unstick and unfold itself into individual shapes again, it's still bitterly cold. Your breath fogs up like a ghost with a deadline. But the embers in the hearth are hanging in there. And you head toward them with stiff legs and a little prayer that your knees don't betray you. The dog has stolen your spot. Of course. He glares at you like he pays rent. You glare back and sit anyway, nudging him until you both compromise on partial but real estate. Soon, it's time for the second most unpleasant part of the morning: getting dressed. Now, this isn't a full costume change. You're already sleeping in most of your wardrobe, but it's time to add a few more layers. You grab your overshirt and your thicker tunic, both coarse wool, both scratchy, both with a smell that suggests they were once cleaned sometime during a much warmer season. Underwear in the Middle Ages? Optional. Especially in winter. Linen drawers are nice if you have them, but they take forever to dry and are notoriously cold when damp. You've made that mistake before. See linen clinging to your thighs like a punishment from a very stern saint. So instead, you settle for thick wool leggings and hope nothing shifts too dramatically during the day. The layering dance begins. Tunic over shirt, belt over tunic, cloak over all. You tie everything snug, not just to trap heat, but to prevent drafts. A winter breeze slipping under your hem is no joke. It feels like betrayal. Like the wind saw your soul and decided to poke it. Your mother is helping your sister lace up her bodice. It's a hand-me-down from a cousin who had more chest and less patience. The fit is wrong. The fabric is itchy. And there's a bit of straw sewn into the lining that no one's bothered to remove. But it's warm. Or at least, warmer than nothing. You add your woolen huda, thick cowl that covers your head, ears, and most of your dignity. It smells faintly of smoke, sweat, and possibly badger. Then come the gloves. Sort of. You don't have real gloves. Just mittens your grandmother made from leftover sheep wool. They're lumpy, oddly shaped, and the thumb section is missing from the right one. You wear them anyway. Every finger counts. And then, the pièce de résistance, your boots. If boots is the right word. They're leatherish, stitched from scraps, and so worn down, you can feel individual pebbles through the soles. Inside, you've stuffed them with moss for insulation. It's not a perfect solution. Your feet still feel like medieval popsicles, but it's better than bare toes on frost-covered ground. Some folks used straw. Others used dried grass or wool rags. You even heard of one neighbor who lined his shoes with rabbit fur. You envied him, until the rabbit fur turned out to still be on the rabbit. The jury's still out on whether that was a fashion statement or a full-on panic response. Historians still debate how standardized peasant clothing was. Some argue it followed loose social norms. Others claim it was all regional and based on what people could make or steal. What's certain is that warmth trumped everything. You didn't care if your cloak was mismatched or if your socks came from 2 different decades. If it held in heat, It was on your body. Your sister finishes lacing her boots and sighs. They're tighter this year. She says that every year. You suspect the boots haven't changed size her feet, just learned to complain more eloquently. You glance around the cottage again. Everyone's dressed like walking quilts. Layer on layer. Wool on linen. Cloak over cloak. Your mother is wrapped so thoroughly, you're not entirely sure she hasn't fused with her shawl. Your father looks like a medieval scarecrow, with bits of hay sticking out from beneath his collar and a hat that's more patch than fabric. It's not a fashion show. It's survival. You remember last winter, when Tom was always too proud to wear girl wool, whatever that meant, refused his sister's old cloak. He spent the whole season sniffling and turning bluer by the day, until he finally caved and wore it backwards like a cape. Now he won't take it off. He's even named it Lady Toastington. End. Dressed and moderately thawed, you finally head out into the cold morning air. The sun is barely up. The world outside is whitewashed with frost. Each blade of grass edged with ice, like nature's glitter glue. You walk shingerly. Boots crunching on the frozen earth. Arms tucked in like a disgruntled burrito. Your breath puffs out in bursts. Foggy and thick. The air is sharp. Clean. Almost metallic. It clears your head but not your sinuses. Those are currently frozen somewhere in your skull. You rub your nose, only to find the tip is alarmingly solid. You poke it gently. Still attached. Barely. Across the yard, your neighbor is struggling to chop wood. His axe is stuck in a stump, and he's kicking it like, that's a reasonable solution. You wave. He grunts. Warmth makes friends. Cold makes polite enemies. You gather kindling for later. Small sticks. Bark curls. Anything that might catch fast. You shove them under your cloak and march them back like winter treasure. Your sister follows with a basket of frozen potatoes. You both know it's not much, but it's something. It's literal and edible. Back inside, your fingers throb as the warmth from the hearth hits them. Not in a good way, more in a tiny lightning bolts in every fingertip way. You blow into your hands and shake them out. Groaning through your teeth, the chicken pecks your boot again. Seemingly unimpressed with your gathering skills, you ignore it. One day, you'll be eating that chicken, possibly out of spite. You shrug off your outer cloak. Steam rising from the fabric as it hits the warmer indoor air. Everyone's still wrapped up. The fire blazing. Breakfast boiling in a pot that smells vaguely like onion and despair. But it's hot. That's enough. You sit down again. And, despite the itch, the scratch, the smoke, and the smell, you feel something strange creeping in. Not comfort, not luxury, but warmth. Real warmth. The kind you earned. One layer at a time. You lean back against the wall, stretching your legs out toward the hearth, where the fire still cracks and sizzles like it's auditioning for a role in Medieval Home Heating, the musical. There's a fleeting moment, just a sliver where you actually feel comfortable. Not warm. Exactly. That would be asking too much. But not frozen. Which, in your world, is the gold standard. You shift slightly on the mattresser. Well, the general suggestion of a mattress. It rustles underneath you, like a cranky pile of autumn leaves. Your straw bed has seen better days. In fact, it's probably seen better centuries. Each poke from below feels like nature trying to reclaim your backside. The sack is stuffed with straw, but not the clean, cheerful kind that smells like sunshine and horse whiskers. This is damp straw, questionable straw that has hosted more bugs than a summer picnic. The cloth holding it all together is a coarse, ticking fabric, stained with life's little accidents, sweat, stew, dull drool, and at least one unexplainable blue mark no one's ever discussed. You pat it flat, trying to create a soft spot. Instead, you find a twig and a pebble, and something that might be a dried beetle wing. You sigh, reach under, and remove your discoveries, one by one, like a jaded archaeologist. Here lies the comfort I was promised. You mutter to no one in particular. Sleeping arrangements like yours are normal in this century. Historians generally agree that most peasants didn't have individual beds. The lucky ones might share a straw mattress with 1 or 2 people. The rest? A communal sleeping platformer, just a heap of hay near the hearth. Privacy was for nobility. You share your dreams, your snores, and, unfortunately, your lice. Some people used bolsters, a long pillow shared between multiple sleepers. Yours is just a rolled-up cloak stuffed with hay. And it smells suspiciously of sheep. The stuffing inside crunches when you squeeze it. You don't squeeze it often. The straw mattress itself needs regular turning. Or fluffing. Though fluff is a generous term. More like redistribute the pokes. Left too long, it sags in the middle like a hammock that's given up. You've done that chore before dragging the whole musty sack outside, beating it with a stick, then refilling it with semi-fresh straw. It's a team effort. And by team, you mean someone else volunteers while you pretend to have an urgent nosebleed. Bedding is scarce. Sheets? You've heard of them. Flat linen panels used by people with actual dowries. You have 1 blanket, shared among 3 of you. It's thick wool, dyed brown, and it sheds like a terrified sheep. You pluck a fiber from your lip and flick it toward the hearth. It sizzles and vanishes. For added luxury, you use old cloaks and spare tunics as covers. It's a blanket buffet except everything smells like goat. And you know your brother never washes his outerwear. He claims it adds flavor. You've filed that information in your brain under crimes? Oh, the bed frame itself, if you can call it that, is a series of wooden planks on low supports. No springs. No mattress pad. No bounce. If you sit down too hard, your tailbone sends a strongly worded complaint. Every squeak of the wood echoes through the cottage like a tiny cry for help. You try to move quietly. The bed disagrees. The dog has claimed the foot of the bed again. His contribution to warmth is welcome. But he has 0 boundaries. He'll push you with his back legs mid-dream. Bark at invisible squirrels in his sleep. And once, woke the whole family by snoring like an ox with a sinus issue. Still, he's warmer than your siblings and doesn't ask to borrow your socks. The idea of a good night's sleep in your world is more of a theoretical concept. There's always someone snoring. Someone kicking. A bed bug doing laps across your scalp. And yet, Somehow, you do sleep. You have to, because the day ahead will need every scrap of energy you've got. You hear stories, legends, really of noble homes with feather beds, stuffed with goose down, sewn into quilts so soft they could lull a cat to sleep. You dream about those, not often, but sometimes, when your back feels especially straw-stabbed. Then you wake up tangled in a wool cloak with one arm asleep and a small pebble embedded in your shoulder blade. You shift again, trying to find the least offensive spot on the mattress. It's like playing straw Tetris, except no one wins, and everything itches. You finally settle into something resembling comfort, only for your sister to roll over and elbow you in the ribs. She's still half asleep, muttering about turnips. You push her gently away, and she rolls back without a fight. The room is slowly warming. The fire pops and crackles, casting flickering shadows on the beams above. Smoke curls lazily toward the roof hole. And for once, it seems to be escaping without taking your eyesight with it. You let yourself relax just a little. Despite everything, the hard bed, the scratchy blankets, the occasional straw-related injury, you're warm. Your limbs have thawed. The fire is steady. The dog hasn't stolen your spot. Yet. You glance across the room at your father's old bedroll. He refuses to sleep on the platform anymore. Claims the floor is better for his back. Truth is, he just hates being elbowed by the twins. His bedroll is stuffed with moss and old cloaks, laid directly on a woven mat. He swears it's comfortable. You've tested it. He's a liar. The mattress creaks again as your mother sits down beside you. She has a bowl of porridge in hand and offers you a bite. It's warm, bland, and somehow already sticking to the spoon. But it fills your belly. And it's not frozen. So you take another bite. Grateful, in a way that defies logic. You chew slowly, the fire snapping nearby, the straw mattress crackling under you like it's chiming in. Your sister is now drooling on your sleeve. The dog lets out a satisfied grunt and flips onto his back. It's not soft. It's not peaceful. And it smells like wet wool and tired feet. But it's home, and in a world where comfort is measured in inches of warmth and moments of quiet, this straw-stuffed sack of misery is the closest thing you've got to a throne. You stand again, shaking the straw from your legs as if it's part of some medieval stretching ritual, which, to be fair, it sort of is. A few rogue pieces cling stubbornly to your cloak and the hem of your tunic, and you pick them off, one by one. Not because you care about appearances. No one here is winning a fashion award, but because a straw splinter lodged in your calf last month, and you still can't sit properly on your left side. The air outside the cottage is sharper now, like a blade you can't quite see, but definitely feel. It slices through every crack in your layers. You tug your cloak tight and glance at your fingers red, chapped, already stiff. You blow into your cupped hands and rub them together, trying to coax a little life back into them. Warmth is a chase, and the cold always seems 3 steps ahead. You head toward the lean-to where the food is kept. Food, being a generous word here, most of it is hard, bland, and vaguely insulting. You lift the lid on the small barrel where the barley bread is stored, and there it sits, cold, dense, and about as welcoming as a brick. You rap your knuckles against it out of curiosity, It doesn't even echo. It just thuds dully. Like it knows it's disappointing you. Still, you pry off a piece. It's dry and hard. The crust like weathered leather. You tear it with your teeth. Jaw working like a blacksmith's bellows just to get through it. There's a bit of sourness to the taste, not spoiled, but aged. Like the bread spent too long thinking about its life choices. If you're lucky, there's a little soft spot in the middle. But today, luck is out frost hiking somewhere. You take it back inside, where your sister has managed to coax the barley porridge into something resembling food. It's thin, a little gray, but it smells vaguely edible. You drop your crust into the pot, hoping the warmth will soften it. This is your winter breakfasta chunk of survival. Soggy with flavorless mush. You eat it slowly, letting it linger in your mouth longer than necessary, just to feel something hot. Mealtimes in winter are mostly about heat, not flavor. The goal isn't to be full. It's to stop shivering. You've had meals where you couldn't tell whether the soup contained turnip or rutabaga or just boiled boot leather with herbs. But it was warm, and warm counts for a lot. Your mother adds a pinch of something from her pouch-dried onion, wild garlic, some mysterious herb that smells like feet, but supposedly opens the chest. It helps. The steam rises into your nose and clears your head. Just a bit. You remember a time, long ago, when someone from the manor gifted your family a handful of imported spices, real cloves, and something she called cinnamon. You only used them on feast days. A pinch in the gruel. A sprinkle in the ale. You dream of that taste sometimes, warming from the inside out, like your tongue had just been kissed by fire. Now, though, it's plain barley and yesterday's crusts. You chew and swallow. You're not eating to enjoy it. You're eating so you can feel your toes when you go outside again. The dog sits near your feet, watching every bite like he's the world's saddest soup critic. You toss him a crumb. He sniffs, sighs, and accepts his fate. Even he knows it's a bad breakfast. In warmer months, food is easier. There are greens, berries, sometimes meat. But in winter, it's roots, grains, and whatever you manage to dry, pickle, or forget in the cellar without losing to mold. Hunger doesn't make you picky, makes you inventive. You've seen your mother make broth from cabbage cores and smoked bones, so old they could probably file taxes. Somehow, it always fills the pot. Somehow, it always tastes like love, with a hint of ash. Historians still argue whether medieval peasants faced regular starvation or just seasonal shortages. The truth probably lies somewhere in between. You don't always go hungry, but you're never full, especially now, when the ground is frozen and every trip to the well feels like a dare. You finish your porridge, lick the spoon, and let the heat settle in your belly. The warmth doesn't last, but it spreads for a moment like a secret. You clutch the empty bowl, eyes half-lidded, as the fire sputters in the hearth and your brother tosses another twig into the coals. Outside, the sky is still pale, the sun hiding behind a curtain of gray. You'll need to go to the woodshed later, fetch more kindling, and check the traps along the hedge. You groan at the thought, but you know it has to happen. The fire can't feed itself. But for now, you sit, You sit, and you savor the warmth still buzzing in your throat, the coarse cloth against your skin, the faint sound of your sister humming some made-up song as she scrapes the pot clean. You're not full, but you're not shaking anymore. And that's the real meal. You lick your thumb and press it to a crumb on the rim of the bowl. Every bite matters. Every calorie. You wish for honey, for cheese, for anything fresh and soft and not gray. But those are summer dreams. Winter is about crunching through hard bread and calling it breakfast. Later, you'll nibble on a bit of dried apple. Maybe chew some jerky if you're lucky enough to have any left. You once heard about winter feasts. And sure, they happen for the Lord in the manor. For you, the feast is when the porridge has a potato chunk in it. You remember a neighbor, old Marta, who swore by eating onion skins steeped in water when food ran low. Builds strength, she said. Mostly, it built suspicion. But she's 90 and still walking. So maybe there's something to it. You stand up again. Stretch. And rub your belly. Not from fullness, but from habit. The porridge is settling, creating a soft heat at your core. It'll last an hour, maybe 2. Then you'll be hungry again. But for now, it's enough. You take your bowl to the corner, rinse it in a pail of cloudy water, and dry it on your cloak. No one questions this. That's the system. You clean what you use, even if it just means wiping it with the same rag everyone else uses. Germ theory hasn't been invented yet. And, frankly, if your immune system can handle straw mattress mites, it can handle shared dish towels. The fire crackles again as someone stokes it. The warmth reaches your cheeks. Your sister passes you a second piece of bread. This one, slightly less petrified than the first. You raise it in mock salute. Take a bite. And chew. And chew. And chew. Then you smile, because it's warm. It's a dibbly. And it means you get to keep going. You'd love to stay inside all day, wrapped in wool and soaked in the half-comfort of smoke and porridge fumes. But your bladder has different plans. And so do the chores. You hold off as long as you can, staring at the chamber pot, like it might suddenly become less full or more polite. It doesn't. It just sits there. A silent dare. You pull your cloak tighter, grit your teeth, and make the bold decision to face the morning air. You're going outside. To relieve yourself. Yes, but also to escape the smell of everyone else who didn't. This is medieval multitasking. The cold hits you like a wet slap. It's not just Chillet's full-body betrayal. Your nose protests first. Then your knees join in. And by the time you make it 10 paces from the door, your eyeballs are reconsidering their career choices. The wind cuts through your clothes, through your soul, and possibly into your next life. You walk past the pig pen, which currently resembles a frozen swamp. The pigs are smarter than you. They're huddled in the corner under a pile of hay and ignoring you entirely. You salute them for their wisdom and trudge further out, over to the copse of trees that serves as your convenience corner. There's no such thing as a proper outhouse here. If you're lucky, there's a designated pit. If you're really lucky, it's not frozen solid. You take care of business as quickly as your shivering body allows, squatting behind a bush that has seen better seasons and less trauma. The wind swirls around your ankles. Your breath turns to icicles mid-air. You're not sure what's more uncomfortable, the cold on your exposed parts or the existential shame of this whole setup. You promise yourself, again, that when spring comes, you'll dig a better latrine. You won't. But it's a nice lie to tell yourself while freezing your butt off. Some villagers use chamber pots inside, emptying them once a day or week into the midden heap or designated waste ditch. Others just don't. You once stayed the night at your cousin's cottage, where they kept their pot under the bed and only emptied it when the smell reached eye-watering levels. You slept with your face in your cloak the whole night, convinced the air itself was trying to assassinate you. The walk back to the house is slower. Your legs feel wooden. You stomp your feet, trying to restore blood flow. It's like asking a glacier to do jumping jacks. Still, you manage to get your limbs cooperating again by the time you reach the threshold. Your mother is waiting with a bucket. She hands it to you with a look that says, "Yes, you're going back out again. Water duty. The well isn't far. But on mornings like this, it might as well be on the moon. The path is slick with frozen mud, and your boots slide just enough to keep you on edge. You hold the bucket tight. Knuckles white. Shoulders hunched like you're bracing for impact, which, to be fair, you kind of are. You reach the well. The rope creaks as you lower the bucket, the pulley squealing like an offended mouse. The water is black, still, and so cold it looks like it could whisper curses. You draw it up with the kind of delicate effort that only comes from muscle memory and mild trauma. One splash, and your hands go numb for the rest of the day. You manage to haul it up and stagger back toward the house. Half the water sloshes out on the way, freezing instantly into little silver streams that glitter in the dirt. You're now wet, cold, and feeling betrayed by gravity. Again. Back inside. You place the bucket near the hearth, where it can stay unfrozen for at least an hour or two. You blow on your fingers, stretch your arms, and finally sit. You're not even 5 minutes into the morning, and you've already experienced 3 near hypothermic events. Pretty solid start. Water wasn't just cold, it was heavy, and it had to be fetched constantly. No pipes. No indoor basins. No sweet whisper of running water on command. Everything from cooking to cleaning to not dying involved a bucket, a rope, and a fair amount of sloshing. Your father is finishing his own early, task-checking the chicken coop. He walks in with a basket holding 2 eggs and a strong whiff of straw and bird indignation. They're not laying like they used to, he mutters. You nod solemnly. Neither are you. Emotionally, he adds the eggs to the cooking pot with great ceremony. The whole family leans forward like they've just watched treasure appear. 2 eggs. That's luxury. That's protein. That's breakfast and dinner, if you play your cards right. Meanwhile, your little brother finally gets up and heads to the chamber pot. He pauses, frowns, looks around, then sighs deeply, puts on his cloak, and walks out the door. A wise choice. The fire is still burning strong, and now the room has a golden glow that makes everything look almost cozy. The porridge pot simmers. The air is thick with steam and smoke, and the faint smell of damp wool. It's not comfortable, but it's familiar. It's home. You sit on the bench, pulling your knees to your chest, tucking your cloak around your legs. Someone hands you a wooden mug with a hot drink inside something herbal, slightly bitter, brewed from dried leaves and bark. It warms your hands, and that's all that matters. There's no breakfast table, no silverware, just a shared bowl and whatever spoons are clean enough to trust. You take a sip, pass the mug, and stretch again. Every joint feels like it was forged in ice. Every muscle remembers last winter and is protesting your decisions accordingly. You look around the room. Your sister is plaiting her hair by firelight, singing under her breath. Your father is oiling his boots with a hunk of lard. The dog is now curled up beside the hearth, snoring lightly. The chicken is attempting to roost in a corner again. Because of course it is. You survived another freezing dawn. Not with grace, or comfort, or clean socks, but you made it through. Your boots are wet. Your hands are raw. And your bladder still isn't quite convinced you made the right decisions, but you're warm now. Or at least, not frozen. And that, in the kingdom of cold, is good enough. You glance over at the bundle swaddled near the hearth. And there it is, the tiny, twitching face of your newest sibling. The baby. The entire household has reorganized itself around this 5-pound command center of noise and bodily functions, wrapped in 4 layers of wool and linen like a tiny winter sausage. Its nose is pink, its eyes squinty, and its general vibe is somewhere between confused philosopher and screaming turnip. Babies in winter are a delicate, wailing bundles of potential and panic. There's no nursery, no heating lamp, no endless stack of diapers. What keeps them alive, literally, is warmth. And your family has become a human shield against the cold, bending every rule of comfort, space, and personal preference to keep the newest member from becoming a tragic tale whispered in future winters. Your mother keeps the baby against her body, wrapped tight in a sling of linen and wool, tucked beneath her cloak as she moves around the cottage. It's not a swaddle. It's an insulation strategy. Skin to skin, under layers, held close to the fire at all times. The baby only leaves her arms when absolutely necessary. And even then, only into someone else's arms, never into the air. The air is not to be trusted. You remember when your cousin's newborn caught the chill cough after sleeping too far from the fire one night? It didn't end well. That's the kind of memory that sticks. The kind that makes your mother triple wrap this baby in every scrap of fabric she can find. One blanket is made from an old tunic. One from a sack that used to carry barley. The padding in the cradle is moss. And a sheepskin. Your father insists is lucky, though it smells like it disagrees. That cradle, if you can even call it that, is a wooden box, tucked beside the hearth, where the heat can reach it. There's no rocking mechanism. No, lullaby playing mobile. Just a heavy stone at one end to keep it from tipping when the dog bumps into it, which happens more often than you'd like. You crouch beside it, gently rocking the edge of the box with one hand. The baby blinks at you, blinks again, and then makes the face that precedes either sleep or screaming. It's a coin toss. Really, you hold your breath. Sleep wins. For now, in winter, babies are the hardest to keep alive. Their bodies can't regulate heat the way yours does. your shivering is a defense mechanism. Theirs? Just tiny, ineffective wobbles. Your mother stays up most nights feeding, checking, adjusting layers, praying, sometimes out loud, sometimes in exhausted silence. You've heard the older villagers talk about winter being the taking season, when the air grew teeth and took from families who weren't prepared, or even those who were. Cold doesn't care if you're a good person. It doesn't care if the baby's healthy or strong. It creeps in through the cracks and waits. Historians still debate whether medieval infant mortality was primarily due to disease or environmental conditions. But you've seen firsthand how quickly a sniffle turns into something worse. You've seen a child go from coughing to buried within a week. And winter is always the common thread in those stories. So, everyone pitches in. Your sister fetches warm cloths from near the fire and presses them into the cradle. Your brother holds the baby against his chest when your mother's hands are busy with cooking or mending. Even the dog knows not to bark too loudly near the hearth now. There's a collective quietness around the cradly reverence mixed with caution. You remember once, back in early autumn, when a traveling merchant passed through with something called a warming stone. He claimed you could heat it in the fire and place it beside a child to help them sleep through the coldest nights. Your mother traded 2 jars of pickled cabbage and a wool cap for it. It cracked the first time she used it. Now it lives in the garden as a doorstop. Everyone pretends it's decorative. More reliable are the time-worn traditions, placing a dried sprig of yarrow near the baby's head to ward off fevers, whispering a charm into its ear as it sleeps, always turning it clockwise 3 times when laying it down. You've watched your mother do each of these with the solemnity of a priest. Whether it works or not doesn't matter. What matters is doing something. You pick up a small piece of cloth and dab gently at the baby's forehead. It feels warm, not hot, not cold, just right. You feel your shoulders unclench by a degree. Your mother murmurs a quiet thank you without looking. You settle back onto the floorboards, careful not to block the fire. The wind rattles the shutter again, and your brother leaps up to reinforce it with a plank. The room darkens for a moment before the firelight adjusts. The baby stirs. Everyone freezes. Then it settles again. Crisis averted. For now, mealtime comes and goes. The baby eats when your mother eats whatever she can manage. If it's warm and wet and full of something vaguely nutritious, it's good enough. You've seen her chew food first and feed it by hand when the baby was too small for solids. That's love, desperation, and bacteria all rolled into one. But it works. The smoke in the room has thickened again. But no one opens a window. Not now. Not with the baby here. You'd rather cough until spring than risk one bad draft. You remember stories of women sleeping with infants tied to them by cords or belts to make sure they didn't roll away in the night. Your aunt once said she knew a woman who sewed her baby into her gown during a blizzard. You don't know if it's true, but you believe it could be. Keeping the baby alive isn't just a responsibility, it's a full-time strategy. Every member of the family is part of the plan. You heat cloths. You pass food. You check for wet wrappings. You even sit as a windbreak between the child and the door. You don't ask questions. You just do it, later. As the day dims and the sky takes on that dull pewter glow, you're tasked with finding more moss to change the cradle lining. You grumble. Of course. But you go. The cold is worse now. like it soaked into the air and wrung out every drop of mercy. You gather what you can from under the trees near the fence, hoping none of it's frozen solid. Your fingers go numb halfway through, but you keep moving. Back home, your mother tucks the baby into a new blanket and lays a fresh piece of warmed moss into the cradle's hollow. It's strangely soft, almost comforting. You watch the child curl instinctively, one hand peeking from the cloth like a pale starfish. You sit there a while, just watching, listening to the crackle of the fire, the occasional sniffle from your brother, the quiet rustle of your mother brushing ash from her skirt. The cottage is warmer now. Not hot. Not cozy but varmer. The fire holds. The baby sleeps. And tonight, at least, you believe it might live to see the spring. Evening settles like a wet wool cloak across the village. Heavy and slow, the sun hasn't so much set as it has vanished behind a wall of fog and sleet, leaving the world in a dim haze that presses against the cottage windows like an impatient ghost. Inside, the fire glows brighter, not because it's any stronger, but because there's less light to compete with. Shadows stretch along the floor, turning stray tools and baskets into hunched silhouettes with questionable intentions. You settle into the warmth again, sitting cross-legged on the rush mat, your cloak drawn tight, like you're trying to fold yourself into a sleeping bag made of scratchy wool and optimism. Your brother has already dozed off, slumped like a sack of turnips against the hearth. Your sister's mending a hole in her leggings by firelight, muttering every time she pricks her thumb. Your father's sharpening his knife on a stone with the intense concentration of someone pretending not to be freezing. And you, well, you're waiting for sleep. But sleep, in this world, doesn't arrive in a straight line. You lie back on the mattress, pull the blanket up to your chin, and close your eyes. The warmth still lingering from the fire gives your legs permission to relax. Your hands stop clenching. Your breath slows, and then, hours later, you're awake again. Just awake. No reason. No sound. No urgency. Just eyes open in the dark. Your body heavy, but your mind curiously alert. It's not even disorienting. It's expected. This is your watch. Your gap. Your midnight intermission. In the Middle Ages, this broken sleep was common. People didn't expect a solid 8 hours of unconsciousness. The night was divided into 2 segments: first sleep and second sleep. Somewhere in the dark hours between the two, people woke, not because of stress, but because that's just how time felt back then, with no clocks, no light bulbs, and nights that stretched for 14 hours in winter. The body did what it wanted. Historians still argue why this segmented sleep occurred so universally. Some blame cold. Others point to circadian rhythms or changes in melatonin caused by the total darkness. Some suggest it was simply culturala practice shaped by routine and reinforced through tradition. Whatever the cause, here you are, awake at midnight. And perfectly normal. You glance around the room. The fire is now a bed of red coals, glowing faintly. One log smolders, cracked down the center, like it's slowly exhaling. The baby whimpers, and your mother responds with the instincts of a half-asleep wolf, already shifting the child in her arms, murmuring into its hair. Your father's eyes open, and without a word, he reaches for the fire poker, nudges the coals, and adds a small stick. The room breathes a little deeper. The shadows shift. Someone farts. You pretend it was the dog. You get up slowly, careful not to jostle your sister, who's wrapped in the blanket like a burrito with trust issues. Your cloak is where you left it, folded near your boots. You wrap it around your shoulders and sit by the fire, cross-legged, elbows on knees, chin resting in your hands. It's not lonely. This hour, it's still peaceful. In a strange way. This is when people whispered prayers, told quiet stories, or did tasks too fiddly for the bustle of daytime mending clothes. Carving wood. Winding yarn. You've seen your aunt pick lice from her hair by firelight in this hour. Squinting with the focus of a monk copying scripture, you pick up a bit of old twine and start winding it into a tighter coil. Just something to do. Your hands remember the motion, even if your brain is already halfway to dreaming again. Outside. The wind has quieted. The cold is still there thick. Unrelenting but less hostile now. It feels like the night is holding its breath. Your mother hums softly. A lullaby with no words. It rises and falls with the baby's breathing. You let it wash over you like warm water. Your eyes close. Not from exhaustion, but from comfort. And then, the dreams begin. They're not sharp or wild, but strange drifting things that feel like walking through fog. You dream of snowflakes falling upward, of a barn filled with talking sheep, of a bowl of porridge that never runs out, no matter how many spoons you take. And then you're awake again, second sleep. It's darker now. The fire has gone to ash. The shadows are softer. Your limbs are heavy in that good way, like they finally stopped arguing with gravity. You roll over. The blanket has shifted, leaving one shoulder exposed. You tuck it tighter. Burrow down. Press your face into your cloak. This second stretch of sleep is deeper, heavier, less interrupted by thoughts or noise. It's like the world gave up trying to stay awake and finally surrendered. You'll wake again at dawn, stiff and sore and cold, but for now, you're floating. Tomorrow there'll be chores, aching fingers, and cold bread. But here, in this slice of night between embers and sunrise, there's just quiet, just breath, just warmth. You wonder if people will always sleep like this, if the future will invent lights that don't flicker, warmth that doesn't smoke, and beds that don't poke you in the ribs. But part of you thinks even in those futures, people will still wake in the dark for no reason at all, just like you. And they'll sit in silence, stare into their version of a fire, and wait for sleep to find them again. You wake to the gentle murmur of your father's voice and the unmistakable clink of the iron poker striking the hearthstones. It's still dark. The kind of inky black that feels like it's pressing against your eyelids, even when they're open. But your body has registered the shift. The fire's been stirred. Someone's up. And it's time. Your limes resist. Every joint aches from the cold. Your knees creak as you shift under the blanket, which has wandered halfway down the bed over the night. You feel the air bite at your neck and curl instinctively deeper into your cloak. But it's no use. The day is beginning. Your father's already moving. And by moving, he means working. He's crouched near the hearth, coaxing the coals to life, with a patience born of necessity and repetition. There's no rush, no shouting, just the scrape of metal, the soft thud of new kindling, and the sigh of embers being breathed back to flame. It's a quiet ritual, practiced every day of his life. A morning prayer made of soot and smoke. You rise slowly, pulling your tunic down and stepping carefully over your sister, who's still asleep with one foot sticking out from under the shared blanket like a warning flag. The baby is bundled tightly beside your mother, who, eyes barely open, cradles the child like an extension of her own warmth. The cold makes you gasp as you bend to put on your shoes leather stiff from the night. Soles rough, with yesterday's frozen dirt. Your toes curl as they press against the chilled insoles. And you say a quiet, foul-mouthed prayer to the god of uncomfortable footwear outside the window. Or rather, the shutter barely keeping wind at bay. The sky is still that soupy gray that comes just before dawn. But inside, the fire is rising, casting a glow that stretches long fingers across the dirt floor. You step into that light and let it hit your face. It doesn't feel like summer warmth, it's focused and brief. More like the brush of a hot spoon than a bath. But it's enough. Your father passes you a Koopa small wooden thing, filled with hot water, steeped with something bitter and herbal. It tastes like warm moss and regret, but it warms your chest. And that's all it needs to do. And then he says it. Cow's ready. You blink, stare at the door, and nod. Of course, the cow. The idea of midnight chores sounds absurd in a modern world. But in your world, it's just life. Animals don't care about your sleep cycles. Milk won't wait for the sun. Firewood won't chop itself. You drink the rest of your cup in 2 swallows. Wrap your cloak tight and push the door open into the chill. It greets you like a slap to the sinuses. You walk toward the lean-to where the cow is kept. The ground crunches beneath your boots, and frost sparkles in every nook and cranny like a very aggressive elf got into the glitter supply. The cow snorts when you approach, her breath puffing into the air like she's just cast a spell. You murmur to her. Soft nonsense that sounds a little like apology and a little like threat. You tie your cloak up above your knees, crouch down, and begin the task of milking. Your fingers are stiff, and the cold bucket makes your knuckles scream. But the rhythm comes soon enough. Squeeze. Pause. Squeeze. The cow, blessedly tolerant, shifts her weight only once. You press your forehead against her flank, grateful for her body heat, and pretend for a moment you're somewhere else. Somewhere with a hot breakfast and socks that match. By the time the bucket is full, your fingers are tingling, and your feet are beginning to forget they exist. You carry it back carefully, 1 foot in front of the other, like it's full of gold. Inside, your father's gone to fetch more wood. Your mother's feeding the baby, her hair still tucked under her coif, a deep line across her cheek from sleeping with her face in her sleeve. You pass her the milk, and she smiles quick. Tired. Genuine. It's not much, but it's yours. Your little brother is now awake and poking the fire with his favorite stick, which your father has told him not to use at least 27 times. You sit beside him, rubbing your hands and watching the flames bloom. In monasteries, You've heard. Monks wake at these same hours for prayers, matins, and lauds. They chant in stone halls by candlelight, wrapped in robes, their voices echoing against carved walls. You're not in a monastery. Your candles are made of tallow, and your robes are mostly patched tunics. But you still rise, still move, still work. Maybe that's prayer enough. Historians still argue whether peasants had structured chores or simply lived in a state of constant maintenance. Your opinion? It doesn't matter what you call it. It's just what needs doing. The fire, the cow, the child, the kindling. You don't plan it. You just do it. The fire is strong now. Breakfast simmers. The sky outside begins to shift to a lighter gray. You press your fingers to your cheeks. Surprised to find sensation again. You shift your weight, and your knees pop. Again. Your father returns with a bundle of twigs and a face that suggests he's already annoyed with the goat. Your sister finally stirs, looking around as if surprised to find the world still spinning. The dog stretches and sneezes. The baby hiccups. And you? You stoke the fire once more. Add a log. And settle in. Your watch is done. And your second sleep is calling. You'd think that by now, with the sun hesitating over the tree line and your fingers almost thawed, it would be time to rest. But the medieval world does not recognize the concept of a slow morning. There's no brunch, no duvet days, and certainly no staying in bed, just 5 more minutes. The second, the light filters through the shutter cracks. Your real day begins cold or not, tired or not. You strap on your belt, tee your cloak, and brace yourself for what might be the single most universally hated activity in the entire medieval calendar, working outdoors in winter. The first thing that hits you when you step outside isn't the cold, it's the sound. That crunch under your boots, dry and sharp, like the ground is chewing on your feet. The earth is hard, unyielding. The mud that tried to drown you in autumn is now frozen into ridges that conspire to twist your ankles every few steps. You trudge toward the fields, your breath puffing in short bursts, fingers tucked under your arms. You know it's going to be a long day when your nose starts running before your feet can feel anything. In theory, winter should be restful. The harvest is long gone, and there's no plowing until the frost lifts. But that's just theory. In practice, the work never ends. You have to repair fences that snapped under the snow weight. You have to gather brush and deadfall for the fire. You have to feed the animals, break the ice in their troughs, haul hay bales that have frozen into compacted brick form, and most importantly, you have to find work for yourself, or someone else might do it for you. The manor always needs extra hands. Winter doesn't stop the demands of the Lord. Someone still has to clear the roads, chop wood for the manor hearths, and dig drainage ditches when the melt begins. You're still expected to show up. Cold isn't an excuse. It's the background music. Today, you're tasked with helping repair a collapsed section of fence near the sheep pasture. You grip your tools with hands that feel like stiff sausages and walk alongside your cousin, who's already humming through chattering teeth. Could be worse, he says. How? It could be raining. You both pause to absorb the idea, then shudder. Rain in winter isn't just unpleasant. It's the kind of wet that seeps through every layer and settles into your bones like rent. At least frozen air can be blocked. Kind of. You reach the pasture, where the fence is leaning at an angle that suggests it just gave up trying. The sheep stand clustered in the far corner. Puffing clouds of breath and looking personally offended, one stares at you with a look that says, "This is your fault. You and your cousin set to work." He holds the stakes while you hammer. The wood splits in a satisfying crunch. The hammer stings your fingers with each blow, even through your mittens. There's no thrill in the work, just the repetition strike. Adjust. Strike again. The wind sneaks through every gap in your clothing like a nosy neighbor. Your nose drips. You sniff. Your cousin laughs. You don't respond. You're too busy wondering if your toes still exist. Around midday, you both stop to chew on a frozen turnip. That's not a metaphor. It's literally a small turnip from your pocket, partly thawed by your body heat, but still more ice than vegetable. You gnaw on it like a reluctant beaver. And your cousin shares a strip of dried meat, so tough it could double as a weapon. You nod in thanks, but neither of you speaks. Your jaw's too tired. The sky is that flat, dull gray, that seems to exist solely to suck the joy from your soul. No sun, no movement, just cloud, like a giant dirty wool blanket pulled over the entire world. You pull your hood tighter, rewrap your scarf, and go back to work. By late afternoon, you can't feel your fingertips anymore. The repaired fence looks passable. It might hold sheep, or at least confuse them for a day or two. You stand back to inspect it with the same pride you'd show a child's drawing pinned to a wall flawed. Strange, but undeniably yours. As you walk back toward the village, you pass the other laborers. Everyone looks like a snowman that got dressed in a hurry, mismatched layers. Red noses, sleeves stained with unknown substances. One man is carrying a bundle of twigs on his back, so big he could be mistaken for a walking haystack. Another is muttering to herself about slippery stones and the devil's ice. You nod politely. She scowls. Classic Greta. You reach the cottage as dusk begins to stretch across the village, dragging its long blue shadows behind every fence post and shutter. Your body is vibrating with fatigue, the kind that doesn't ache so much as settle into every joint with a soft, grim hum. Inside, the warmth of the fire nearly floors you. The contrast is overwhelming. It's not much hotter than before, but after hours outside, it feels like stepping into a bakery oven. You collapse onto the bench, peel off your boots, and feel a blessed burn as circulation returns to your feet. It's painful, but it's proof you're still alive. Your sister passes you a mug of something vaguely warm. Probably thin broth. Possibly old tea. It doesn't matter. It's wet, and it's not frozen. You drink it in 3 gulps, and immediately regret not savoring it. Your father is already asleep in the corner, his head tipped back against the wall, mouth slightly open. The dog is curled under the table like a loaf of bread with breathing problems. Your mother is spinning thread, her spindle rising and falling like a metronome. The baby hiccups from beneath her cloak, but otherwise, peace reigns. You ease your legs out, stretch your back, and feel straw crinkle beneath you. Your muscles are sore. Your face is windburned. There's dirt in places you didn't even expose to the outside world. And yet, you feel a strange pride. You didn't freeze. You didn't fall in the stream again. You got the fence up. You did the work. And now you get to sit. You lean back. Let the warmth creep into your bones. And let your breath slow. Winter hasn't beaten you yet. Tomorrow, it'll try again, but tonight, the cold stays outside. Your boots are still drying by the fire, propped awkwardly on a stick like medieval marshmallows that no one would ever want to eat. You're barefoot, finally, and though your toes are still recovering from their day-long frostbite flirtation, they're starting to resemble actual toes again, and not pale. Numbstones. You wiggle them. They don't wiggle back. That's fine. Totally normal. You press your heel against the edge of the hearthstone, feeling the warmth seep in like a secret. Your socks, if you can call them, that are hung near the flames, stiff with yesterday's sweat, mud, and a faint scent of goat that never quite washes out. They aren't knit so much as patched together from wool scraps in desperation. The left one has more holes than sock, and the right one is currently stuffed with moss. Yes, moss. It might sound ridiculous, but moss is your secret weapon. Not the soft, green fairy tale kind, but the dry, spongy stuff you peel off trees and rocks. You gather it carefully, dry it in the loft above the fire, and use it like insulation. When the wind cuts through your boot sand, the moss catches what little warmth your feet can muster and traps it like a loyal, slightly moldy friend. Some people use straw. Others stuff their shoes with rags. You tried that once, but the rags slid around and ended up bunched under your toes like punishment. Moss stays put. Mostly. Sure. It sheds a bit. And you leave a trail wherever you go. But that just makes you easier to track. Like a medieval Hansel. If Hansel had terrible footwear and frostbitten toes, you pull your socks back on once they've dried to crunchy but wearable. You wince slightly as the rough wool scrapes your skin. There's no such thing as soft wool in your world. There's just less itchy and extremely itchy. These socks fall into the latter category. But they're all you've got. So you thank them anyway. Then come the shoes. They're leather. Sort of. Mostly stitched hide. Hardened over time into shapes that vaguely resemble feet. They aren't waterproof. They aren't warm. They don't offer arch support. But they exist. That's their main job. And again, they get the moss treatment stuffed into the toes, curled around the ankles, packed wherever wind might sneak through. Historians still argue whether peasants wore shoes daily in winter, or saved them for travel. Some sources suggest barefooting was common indoors, and for short distances, you've done it. It's doable. But only if you don't mind getting a close personal relationship with frozen mud and occasional livestock surprises. You remember last year, when you tried to line your shoes with a bit of old fleece. The idea was good. The execution, not so much. It got damp, then froze solid. Walking in it was like strapping cold pancakes to your feet. You limped for a week. Your cousin once claimed she used rabbit pelts for warmth. Fur side in. Fancy. But she also claimed she saw a ghost in the smokehouse and tried to marry a traveling lute player. so her credibility is, shall we say, mossy. Once your feet are somewhat encased, you wrap your cloak tighter and brace for the walk to the woodpile. The snow outside is crunchy now frozen crust on top of slush. You tread carefully, your boots creaking like old doors. Each step sinks a little, and you can feel the cold trying to sneak in around your ankles. You glance at your legs. Your choss as those wool leggings are, doing their best. But the wind keeps poking holes in your fashion confidence. You've tied extra rags around your knees. And your mother once suggested wrapping them in strips of linen soaked in lard for waterproofing. You tried that too. You slipped and fell into a trough and smelled like meat for 3 days. Still, you make it to the pile. You pick through the wood, looking for pieces that aren't frozen together. Your gloves are useless, by now just fabric finger bags that provide no insulation and only slightly delay the frostbite. You end up pulling them off and using your hands directly, the skin turning pink and tight from exposure. You stack what you can carry, hold it tight to your chest, and stagger back toward the cottage. Your breath fogs with every step, curling around your face like a slow-moving dragon. By the time you reach the door, your fingers feel like icicles, and your nose has lost all ambition. Inside, the fire greets you like a loyal pet, still glowing, still burning, still saving lives. You drop the wood near the hearth, flex your hands, and rotate your feet slowly over the warm stones. You've earned it. Every splinter, every crunch, every freezing moment. Later, you'll tend the animals. The goat needs a new layer of straw in its shelter, and the hens are starting to mutter about the cold. You'll fetch more moss, twosome for stuffing your boots, some for the cradle, and maybe some for the gap in the shutter where the wind plays flute concertos at 3 a.m. You sit back down, wiggle your toes again, and feel the warmth creeping in. It's not fast, it's not strong, but it's steady. You take off one boot, just to check. The moss inside is damp now, but still holding shape. You replace it with a dry clump from the pouch by the hearth. You're basically a cobbler/botanist at this point. Your sister joins you and starts darning a glove. She asks if you saw any footprints near the edge of the woods. You shake your head. She nods, like that means something, then goes back to stitching. Your father reaches for the firewood with a grunt. Your mother hums a slow tune while she kneads dough for tomorrow's bread. The baby sneezes. The dog stretches, belches, and curls up again. And you? You sit with your moss-filled boots, your itchy socks, your tired legs. You're cold, always, but you're not broken. And every clump of moss is one more tiny rebellion against the frost. You settle back onto your stool by the hearth, cloaked in smoke and a vague sense of achievement. Your twos, safely bundled in their moss cocoons, are beginning to feel slightly less like medieval icicles. You let yourself relax for a moment, just long enough to hear your stomach grumble with the subtle urgency of a minor revolution. It's that hour again, the one where you start fantasizing. Not about soft pillows or warm baths, you've long abandoned such luxuries, but about something hot to drink. Anything. Even vaguely warm water at this point would qualify as a delicacy. But you're dreaming bigger. Something with flavor, with a bit of kick. Something that might trick your gut into thinking it's being cared for. Of course, this is the Middle Ages. So, your options are limited. There is no cocoa, no tea, no coffee. The closest thing to a hot chocolate is brown liquid that looks like regret. But you do have possibilities. Your mother is already fussing with the kettle. She's filled it with water and a pinch of dried herbsome yarrow, a bit of nettle, a sprig of thyme. None of it smells particularly appetizing. But it's herbal, warm, and most importantly, drinkable. She pours the first mug, and you clutch it with both hands, savoring the heat that seeps into your fingers long before the taste reaches your tongue. You take a careful sip. Ah, yes, it tastes like hot disappointment. It's bitter, earthy, with an undertone of found in a ditch, but it warms your insides. That's the only metric that matters. Your sister adds a splash of something from a little clay bottle hidden behind the flour sack. You raise your eyebrows. She shrugs. Allspice? Oh. You take another sip. Whew. Still gross, but gross with personality now. A little hint of fermented apple peel, and something that might be old cinnamon. It's a party. Hot drinks like these weren't just for comfort. They were necessary. When food is sparse and the air is weaponized, a warm cup of anything feels like armor. Some families make broth from bones, barley water with honey, or Possetz-thickened milk with wine or ale stirred in. If they're lucky enough to have any of those things. That is. You once had a neighbor who swore by a concoction of warm milk, onion, and mustard seed. He said it strengthens the soul. He also smelled like soup every time he sneezed. So his credibility is shaky. Another time, a traveling tinker passed through the village selling heat wine, a spiced concoction of fermented apples, pepper, and something unidentifiable. Your father traded a sack of onions for a bottle. It lasted less than a night and made him sing to the dog for 2 hours. Tonight, your hot drink is more humble. But it's yours. Historians still argue how often medieval peasants had access to warm beverages, especially in the cold months. Some say it was rare fuel was precious. After all, others argue that if the fire was going anyway, there was always a pot on. You lean toward the latter. If you've gone through the trouble of starting a fire, you're not wasting it. Your sister passes you a small scrap of hard bread to dip. It's stale enough to be used as a building material. But after a moment in the mug, it softens into something edible-ish. You dunk it again, and again, then chew with great determination. Your brother joins you, clutching his own mug with both hands like it's holy. It gulps too quickly, scalds his tongue, and then tries to play it cool. Doesn't hurt, he mutters, tears in his eyes. You smirk. You cried when you stubbed your toe on the dog last week? Oh, that was emotional pain, he replies, deadpan. Outside, the wind howls against the shutters. You're not sure if it's rain or sleet or just the atmosphere hissing disapproval. But it pounds against the walls with the insistence of an unpaid tax collector. You sip again. The warmth spreads. Your father finally settles in with his own mug. One hand wrapped in a rag because he scalded himself earlier while moving the kettle. He refuses to admit it. Says he just prefers to hold it this way. Your mother adds more water to the pot, stretching what's left. She hums as she works. Some tune about spring flowers and green hills that feels wildly optimistic. You hum along anyway. Warm drinks are more than just hydration here. They're punctuation, moments of quiet between chores, a reason to sit, an excuse to be still. Even the baby gets a sip now and then, goat milk warmed with a hint of honey if there's any left, which there rarely is. You think of noble houses with access to imported spice cloves. Ginger. Nutmeg. You've tasted mulled wine once. At a village feast, hosted by the manor. 1 cup. Just one. But the taste stayed with you. Sweet. Hot. Spiced. Like a story told by candlelight. You dreamed about it for weeks. Tonight's muck doesn't compare. But it still earns your gratitude. Your sister finishes her drink and starts scraping the pot for any remaining herbs. Waste not, she says, scooping the soggy remnants onto a bit of bread. You wince. She shrugs. It's food. And she's right. You tip your mug to get the last few drops, then hold it in your lap, letting the warmth radiate outward. The fire's still going strong, casting flickering light against the soot-black beams. The shadows move slowly. Like they're nodding off along with the rest of you, you feel the weight of the day in your shoulders. The work, the cold, the constant awareness of your own breath in the frigid air. But you also feel the mug between your hands. Empty now, but still warm. You close your eyes for a moment. The room hums around you, the baby murmuring, the dog snoring, your brother humming under his breath as he tries to remember the lyrics to a song about fish pies and courtship. Don't ask. The fire pops. The wind howls. Your sister sneezes. And your mug? Still warm enough to remind you that you're alive. Your mug now sits empty on the floor beside you, but your hands still hover near it, reluctant to let go of its residual heat. The fire has dimmed slightly, the logs settling into that familiar amber glow lullaby of crackle and sigh. Your siblings are tangled in blankets, muttering in half sleep. The dog lets out an occasional grumble as it dreams of chasing something. Probably the chicken, and in the soft flicker of the hearthlight, your mother pulls something from the wall, shelf a small pouch wrapped in cloth, tied with fraying string. She unties it slowly, with the kind of reverence usually reserved for sacred relics or leftover stew. Inside are scraps of herbs, a few pebbles, some dried flowers, and what looks suspiciously like the toe bone of a small animal. She hums as she sorts through it, picking out sprigs of mugwort and lavender, then places a cluster of the bundle onto a little square of linen. You recognize the smell instantly, sleepy tea and prayers. Tonight's warmth will come from inside and out. Your mother calls this her soul bundle, a comforting mix of warmth and superstition. She folds it neatly, ties it again, and places it near the cradle. The baby sighs in its sleep, the kind of tiny sound that momentarily quiets an entire room. You lean back against the wall and watch the scene unfold like a page from a fairy tale no one ever got around to writing down. In winter, when the cold creeps not just into bones but into thoughts, you need more than food and fire to keep you alive. You need belief. You need comfort that doesn't come in the form of blankets or barley soup. You need to believe there's something between you and the frozen dark. Even if that something is a pouch of herbs and a whispered chant, your family has their little rituals. Some of them make sense, like warming stones by the fire and placing them under the bedding. Others are less logical, like writing protective symbols in ash on the door lintel or hanging dried garlic above the cradle to ward off the cough demon. Nobody questions it. Even your skeptical older brother, who rolls his eyes at everything, still touches the carved charm above the door every time he leaves, just in case. You pull your own little amulet from under your shirt, a small disc of carved wood with a swirl pattern etched into it. Your uncle gave it to you when you were small, claiming it would keep the winter spirits from walking over your chest while you slept. You never believed it completely, but you've never dared sleep without it either. There are some risks not worth taking. These quiet acts of warding are everywhere. A neighbor puts iron nails on the windowsills to repel spirits. Another leaves out a crust of bread each night. Whoever they are. You once saw an old woman whisper into a basin of water before pouring it out, saying she was giving the wind something to chew on. You're still not sure if she was joking, or if the wind appreciated it. Historians still debate how much peasants believed in protective magic versus how much was just tradition passed along without question. But here, in this little cottage, belief is survival. If hanging a string of rowan berries over the door gives your mother peace, then so be it. If reciting a charm while lighting the fire helps it catch quicker, even just once you're reciting that charm every morning until you die. You remember when your cousin came down with a deep cough 2 winters ago? The kind that rattled the ribs and kept her awake all night? Your aunt brewed a mixture of boiled onion, crushed mustard seed, and vinegar. She also burned 3 twigs of elder and walked backward around the bed while whispering the child's name. The next morning, your cousin was better. Coincidence? Miracle? You don't know. But you remember the smell of that potion, and the way your aunt's voice cracked as she whispered into the dark. Tonight, your mother places a single dried daisy in the fire, murmuring a thank you under her breath. You don't ask who it's for. Some things are best left between a woman and her fire. Even your father gets in on it sometimes, though he pretends otherwise. He sharpens his blade the same way every time. 4 strokes north, 4 south, a tap on the stone, then a spit to the ground. For balance, he once muttered when you asked. That's all he ever says. You wrap your cloak tighter and look toward the shutter. Frost is creeping in delicate patterns across the wood like ice. Spiders have been doodling while you weren't looking. The wind rattles again. Softer this time. More whisper than wail. You pull your hood up not because it's cold, though it is, but because it feels like the right thing to do before sleep. Like armor. Like ritual. Your sister lays a small bundle of dried rosemary under her pillow. For dreams, she says sleepily. You nod. Because, what else can you say? May your dreams be warm, and not haunted by frost spirits or the memory of stepping in a cold puddle barefoot. As the fire settles into a low, steady glow, the cottage softens. The air is thick with the scent of herbs and smoke and wool. The dog snuffles in his sleep. The baby lets out a hiccup, then sighs. You tuck your wooden amulet back into your shirt. Draw the blanket up to your chin, and let your eyes drift shut. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster crows prematurely. You groan. But for now, you're safe. You've got warmth in your belly, herbs at your door, and just enough belief between you and the dark. You sleep, knowing the cold may be relentless. But so are you. The rooster crows again, louder this time. More confident, as if it's being paid for volume. You groan, peel your eyes open, and immediately regret it. The cold has returned. Not that it ever left, but now it's extra bold, finding every seam, every fold, every spot where wool meets skin, and declaring, "Hello again. Did you miss me?" You sit up, slowly, joints creaking like ancient barn doors. The fire is a sulking mound of ash. Someone, possibly your brother, I forgot their watch duty. Or maybe they fell asleep mid-poke. Either way, the warmth is gone. And so is your good mood. You shuffle toward the hearth with a blanket still wrapped around your shoulders like a sad cape. The baby is awake already, hiccuping tiny complaints into the still air. While your mother rubs her eyes and reaches for the cradle, your father is coughing deep, rattling, the kind of cough that starts in the belly and comes up sounding like gravel being stirred in a bucket. It's not just him. Your sister sneezes 4 times in a row and wipes her nose on her sleeve without comment. You hear someone outside hawking and spitting. The village chorus has begun. And it's mostly in the key of chest congestion. Sickness loves the cold. It clings to damp air, settles into lungs, travels from one bedroll to another like an unwelcome guest. And there's no such thing as isolation in a cottage where everyone sleeps practically on top of each other. If one person gets sick, everyone gets sick. It's a shared experience. Like dinner, or lice, you stir the fire back to life with shaking hands, breathing life into the embers and praying the kindling isn't damp. It catches, slowly, reluctantly, like it also has a sore throat. You cradle your hands around it and feel the skin on your knuckles crack. They were already dry, already sore. Now the splits bloom again. Thin red lines that sting with every motion. Your mother's voice is hoarse as she asks your sister for more water. She tries to stand, then stumbles slightly. You catch her by the elbow without thinking. She nods, grateful, and sits. Her forehead looks too shiny. Her cheeks are flushed. Not from heat, from something else. You know what this is. The winter sickness. Some call it lung fever. Others call it the grip. It doesn't matter what name you use. It's the cough that won't quit. The heat in the cheeks that doesn't come from fire. The way your limbs go heavy and your head feels stuffed with wool that no one carded properly. You've had it before. 2 years ago. It laid half the village flat. Old Hilda died from it. So did Tomas the goat boy. And the priest's niece, who everyone liked, because she always had dried apples in her pockets. That winter, the fire never went out, not because anyone was warm, but because no one dared let it die. You feel your throat now, raw and scratchy. Is that the smoke, or is it something more? You pour a mug of water from the bucket and heat it slowly. You add herbs, thyme, yarrow, maybe a pinch of dried licorice root if there's any left. Your mother once told you it clears the lungs. She also told you to hold your breath when passing a sick person so their illness wouldn't climb into your mouth. You do both. Can't hurt. The baby starts coughing. Not a little sputter. A real, angry burst of sound. You and your mother lock eyes. She wraps the child tighter, rocks it gently, but her lips are tight. Everyone's quiet now. The dog even lifts its head. After a while, the baby settles, but the fear stays. There's new doctor. Not for people like you. There's the village midwife. Who knows a few salves and poultices. There's an old woman who brews broth with so much garlic it could ward off a battalion of demons. And there's prayer. Lots of that. Not the clean, orderly kind, whispered in chapels but desperate. Mumbling pleas into your hands while sitting near the fire, hoping the heat can burn the sickness out of your home. Historians still debate the nature of medieval winter illnesses. Was it influenza? Bronchitis? Pneumonia under a different name? Probably all of the above. And something else besides. There was no diagnosis. Just survival or not. You drink your herb water slowly. The bitterness burning a line down your throat. It makes you cough again. A hard one this time. You hold your side and wince. That rib's still tender from last week's fall. Your father hawks up something unholy into a cloth and mutters, "Better out than in?" Then he lays down near the fire and closes his eyes. Your mother hums as she rocks the baby. The sound is thin, the rhythm broken. She's not feeling well. You can see it. Her face has lost its usual color. Her lips are dry. Still, she rocks. You move around the room with soft steps, fetching firewood, wiping the baby's face, making sure your siblings are bundled tightly. You spoon a little broth into your sister's mug. Add a drop of cider vinegarone of those remedies someone swore by and hand it over. Everyone does what they can. Even the house feels sick. The walls seem heavier. The thatch leaks more smoke than usual. The door sags. The window shutter groans every time the wind touches it. It's not falling apart, but it's tired. Like all of you, you remember that old saying, "When the hearth is sick, the house dies soon after." You never really understood it until this morning. But even now, in the thick of it, there's movement. Your mother still stirs the herbs. Your brother still feeds the fire. Your sister wipes her nose and laughs at the dog snoring with his tongue out. The baby, despite its earlier fit, now clutches your finger and refuses to let go. Life goes on. Somehow. You eat a bit of stale bread. You drink another mug of bitter tea. You lean against the wall, eyes closed, and listen to the fire whisper in the grate. You're sick, or close to it. But you're also stubborn, and in winter, sometimes that's all you've got. You don't sleep that night so much as drift in and out of a half-dream, half-coughing vigil, wrapped in every blanket the cottage can spare. The fire flares, dims, flares again, as your brother keeps poking it at random intervals, like he's trying to communicate with it in Morse code. The air is thick with the smell of smoke and thyme and something faintly medicinal that might be garlic or might be someone's foot. In the corner, your father wheezes. It's not loud, but it's steady. The kind of sound that says something's brewing and, not in a cozy, ale simmering on the stove way. Your mother's forehead shines with sweat, even though she hasn't moved from her seat in hours. She rocks the baby mechanically, her eyes half closed. Humming something tuneless, you sit up slowly, the wool blanket sliding off your shoulders. Your skin is cold, but you're sweating underneath, which is always a fun contradiction. Your throat feels like it's been scrubbed with sand. You pull your cup closer and sip the lukewarm herbal brew. Now, more sludge than tea. Still. It's warm. Still. It's something. Around midnight. The wind picks up. The shutters groan. Somewhere out in the dark. A tree creaks like it might fall over, just to give up. And you notice it then, that peculiar stillness. It's not peace. It's absence. No coughing from your father. No shifting from the dog. No clatter of the wind teasing the firewood pile. You look over. He's lying too still. You hesitate. Stand. Cross the room on legs that feel like tree trunks soaked in sleet. You kneel beside him. Gently reach out and freeze. He's cold. Not frozen. Not stiff but cold in a way. You understand instantly. Instinctively, you touch his shoulder. He doesn't stir. Your hand hovers in the air, like a question mark, then slowly lowers. Your mother's eyes are already open. She doesn't say anything, just watches you, and then looks at him. She pulls the baby tighter against her chest. You don't scream. You don't cry. You just sit there, because there's no room in your body for grief and cold at the same time. And the cold always wins first. By morning, the house is quiet in a different way. Not just sleepy, not just sick. It's as if every wall knows. Even the fire burns lower, smaller, respectful. There's no ceremony. Not yet. The ground is frozen, solid, nothing short of divine intervention, or a pickaxe made from the bones of Thor himself is going to dig a grave today. So your father stays where he is, covered with his old wool cloak, his hat tucked under his chin like he's just napping after a long day of hauling stones. You keep the children away from him. Your mother sits beside him, not crying, just rubbing the baby's back and whispering whatever prayers she can remember. Your sister begins sewing. Automatically, repairing a tear in your brother's tunic, like her hands need a task to keep the rest of her from falling apart. There's no priest in the village anymore. He died 2 winters ago, and no one ever replaced him. So instead, word spreads neighbor to neighbor. You see the flicker of a lantern through the fog and know someone is coming to offer condolences. A bit of dried fish. Maybe some strong drink they'd been saving for a holiday that now feels less important. You busy yourself with chores, because the alternative is standing still. You chop firewood. Fingas num. You feed the animals. The cow looks at you with those wide, wet eyes that always make you uncomfortable. The goat knocks over the bucket. You don't bother chasing it. Eventually, your uncle arrives. He kneels beside your father's body, places one hand on his chest, and mutters a few words under his breath. You don't know if it's a blessing, a curse, or just something he made up to fill the silence. But it feels enough. You and your cousin carry your father's body out of the cottage as the sun begins to peek over the edge of the clouds. It's heavy work, even with his frame as thin as it was. The blanket wrapped around him flutters in the wind like a warning flag. You place him in the woodshed, where the animals won't get to him, where the cold will keep him from changing too soon. This is normal. This is what people do in winter. You've heard stories of corpses kept in barns until the spring thaw. Entire families sharing space with the dead like they were storing potatoes. There's even an old tale about a man who froze upright and was mistaken for a scarecrow for 2 weeks. You don't know if that one's true, but it lives rent-free in your imagination. Historians still argue about how peasants handled death in the cold months. Some say they had rituals. Others believe it was purely practical: wrap the body, keep it safe, wait for the ground to soften. Either way, you've now joined the long, unbroken chain of winter mourners, stretching back through centuries. You return to the cottage. Your mother is resting now, the baby asleep on her chest. Your brother is curled in the corner with the dog, both of them snoring. Your sister finally weeps, quietly, while still sewing. You sit by the fire, add a log, watch the flames. There is nothing poetic about this grief. It's not soft. It's not cleansing. It just is. Like the cold, like the wind, like the fact that you'll need to gather more kindling before the day is over. Later, someone will bring a pie. Someone else will tell a story about your father's younger days, when he tried to court a widow twice his age by reciting lines from a poem he barely remembered. You'll smile, maybe laugh, but not yet. Right now, it's just the fire and the ache and the cold pressing against the walls, waiting to be let in. And you? You sit between it all, a barrier made of wool and sorrow. One more flickering soul, trying to stay warm, in a season that never seems to end. You don't speak much that day. No one does. The cottage feels strangely loud, despite the silence: the creak of wood, the whistle of wind through the shutter cracks, the pop of the fire. All of it is amplified, like the house is trying to fill the space your father left behind. By late afternoon, you're sitting near the fire again, legs pulled in close, sipping slowly at a bowl of broth that tastes like it was made from regret and boiled carrots. Your stomach is too knotted for hunger, but your mother insists, and arguing with her, when she's grieving, is like arguing with a mountain. It won't move, and you'll just hurt your head trying. The cottage is crowded now, not with people, but with presence. That hard-to-describe sense that the air is thicker, like it's holding its breath. There's an unspoken agreement to stay near the fire, to not speak unless absolutely necessary, and to avoid the door unless someone knocks, and someone does. 3 soft knocks, then a pause, then one more. The rhythm is familiar, old math. Your nearest neighbor, who never uses the door latch because she believes it lets in bad luck. You open the door, and she steps inside like a breeze wrapped in shawls. She smells like cloves and onion and something fermented. She gives you a look, one of those deep, knowing expressions that speaks volumes in a single breath. Then she reaches into the folds of her cloak and produces a wrapped bundle of dark bread, a small jar of pickled cabbage, and a ceramic jug that sloshes with what you suspect is her famous spiced ale. For the night? She says simply. You nod. She stays a while, not saying much. She sits beside your mother and hums a low tune you half recognize from some festival long past. The baby stirs. Your sister rests her head on your shoulder. Outside, the light fades. And that's when the stories begin. Not deliberately, not all at once, but as darkness settles in, as the ale begins to warm the belly, the past creeps forward, like an old friend in wool slippers. You started, without meaning to. Remember when he fell in the pond trying to catch that goose? Your mother snorts. Wouldn't let it go, even as he was sinking. Old Math chuckles. Said the bird owed him rent. More stories follow, some real, some half made up, all soft around the edges like a favorite blanket. Your father dancing badly at the harvest feast. Your father making that horrible stew he insisted was traditional. Your father yelling at a cloud for raining on his laundry. You laugh more than you thought you could. This is how people stay alive in your world, by keeping the dead close through words. Stories don't melt like snow. They don't rot or spoil. They grow softer, easier to hold, like bread left on the hearth, overnight hard on the outside. Warm in the middle. Your brother tries to tell a story but forgets the ending halfway through. Your sister fills it in. Incorrectly. It doesn't matter. Even the dog seems to be listening. Head tilted. Tail twitching in his sleep. Later, when Math leaves, she says, "Keep the fire going tonight. It's a talking night." You nod. You know what she means. Nights like this are too quiet. Too heavy. If you let them, the shadows will start whispering in corners where no one's standing. And that's not a metaphor. You've heard the stories. Whispers after a death. Voices not belonging to anyone alive. Shapes flickering just out of reach. Some say it's the dead checking in. Others say it's something else entirely. Your aunt once swore she saw your grandfather's ghost trying to mend the door hinge. She offered him a nail. He vanished. The door was fixed the next morning. Your mother places salt across the threshold. Just a pinch. Not because she's superstitious. Of course, just because it can't hurt. You sprinkle some near the hearth, too. Again, can't hurt. Historians still argue whether these death rituals were purely symbolic or sincerely believed. You'd argue they're both. When the world is this unpredictable, belief is a tool, as valuable as any shovel. You take the jug of ale and pour small cups for everyone. It's strong and sweet, with a sharp clove bite that stings your nose. It burns on the way down and leaves warmth blooming in your chest, like someone lit a tiny fire inside your ribs. Your brother coughs after his first sip. Your sister giggles. You all lean in closer. This is when the real stories come out. Not about your father this time, but older things. Village stories. Fireside legends. The kind passed down from sleep-deprived grandparents and slightly inebriated shepherds. There's the tale of the black dog that walks the roads at night, whose eyes glow red and who only appears to those with death in their future. There's the one about the snow whisperer, a woman with hair like icicles who knocks at the shutters during storms and asks to be let in. If you open the door, she leaves frost in your lungs. If you don't, well, the story changes depending on the teller. Your sister shares the tale of the hollow man, who's all smoke and no shadow, and who stands by your fire to warm himself but never speaks. If you look at him too long, she adds, you forget someone's name? You glance at the hearth. No one is standing there, just the flames. Your mother, half asleep, murmurs, "I once heard my brother's voice calling me from the barn, but he was already buried." No one laughs at that one. You sit in that circle of firelight. All of you, wrapped in cloaks and tails and slowly spreading sleep. The world outside is cold, wild, unknown. But in here, there is warmth, and memory, and company. That's how you guard against the night. Later, when the fire burns low and your brother snores again, till you lay back against the wall, you're tired, but not afraid. Not tonight. You've heard the stories. You've told your own, and the night, no matter how cold, feels a little smaller for it. By morning, the jug is empty. The fire is low, and the silence has returned, not the grieving hush of yesterday, but that quiet winter lull that settles in once the chores begin again and the tears have dried into something harder. You wake with a stiff back, your face pressed against the wooden wall. One side still warm from proximity to the hearth. The blanket around your shoulders has slid halfway off. And your feet are bare again. You're not sure when you kicked off your socks, but now you regret it with every inch of frostbitten awareness in your toes. You rub your eyes and blink toward the shutter. Outside, the sky is a dull wool gray, light just beginning to seep through the cracks. You groan, softly, not to wake the others, and shift upright. Every bone in your body protests. Your ribs, your hips, your knees, they all sound like old floorboards under a wagon's weight. The day after a death is strangely practical. There are things to do, and no one else to do them. Your uncle will come again soon. There's a plan to try and dig a grave this afternoon. Even if the ground is still stubborn with frost, you'll need the big spade, and maybe the pick, and possibly all your cousins. But first, the day must begin like any other. You head outside. The cold slaps you awake faster than any prayer or broth ever could. It is sharp, aggressive, and not at all interested in your emotional well-being. You trudge toward the stream for water, your breath puffing out in sharp bursts. The bucket handle freezes to your skin twice. You curse quietly. In your mind, the stream itself is crusted with ice, but not yet frozen solid. You crack through the top with a stick. Fill the bucket with water that makes your wrists ache, and carry it back with trembling arms. Inside, your mother is awake again, already rocking the baby. She looks exhausted, no, beyond exhausted. She looks carved, like the grief and the work together are sculpting her down to something smaller but more unbreakable. You make porridge, thin and bland, but hot. You even add a pinch of dried apple. A luxury. No one comments, but your brother nods once in approval when he tastes it. You hand your mother a bowl. She takes it, eats slowly, and doesn't speak. Then, the boots, they go on with effort and groans. You wrap your feet in dry moss again. Then pull on your stiff leather footwear. You wrap twine around the tops to keep out the snow. Pull your hood over your ears, and step outside once more. Your uncle is waiting by the old oak tree, pick in hand. He looks like he hasn't slept, but he doesn't comment on your face, and you don't mention his. He just nods once. Let's try. Oh. You walk with him to the burial ground, which sits near the edge of the forest, not far from the small, crumbling chapel that hasn't had a priest in years. The chapel door hangs open. Its hinges long roosted. A few crows flap noisily from the rafters as you pass. The spot he's chosen is beside your grandfather. A good spot. Sunny in spring. You try not to think about that now. The soil is stubborn. You both take turns. Pickaxe and shovel. Alternating, as your muscles burn and your breath clouds the air. The frost layer is thick like armor, but eventually it yields, inch by inch, strike by strike. You lose track of time. Your shoulders ache. Your back screams. Your gloves rip open at the thumb. And you bleed into the earth, but the hole grows. Around midday, your cousin arrives with a sled. On it is your father, wrapped in his cloak, laid atopstrof, his hat still pulled low. You pose. Your uncle places a hand on your shoulder. You nod once, then go back to work. By late afternoon, the grave is deep enough. You step back, wipe your brow, and feel the sweat freeze against your temples. The others arrive. Not many, but enough. Your family, a few neighbors, old math. Of course, bundled in 2 cloaks and whispering a hymn that might be Latin or might be just vowels and emotion. Someone says a few words. You can't recall them. You're focused on the sky. A single raven watches from the chapel roof. Just one, your Uncle Shasturs. You step forward with him, grip the ropes, and lower your father into the earth. The cold bites harder here. You feel it in your chest, in your stomach, in the place just behind your eyes. You place the first shovelful of dirt, then the second. The rest follow. When it's done, there's silence. No eulogis, no declarations, just breath and wind and snow crunching underfoot as people begin to walk away. Your mother lingers. She holds the baby, kisses her hand, and presses it gently to the top of the mound. Then she turns and walks home. You stand a moment longer. Historians still argue whether peasant burials had ritual or were purely functional, swift, silent, dictated by practicality. But standing here now, you know the truth lies somewhere between. It's not about ceremony. It's about effort. About muscle and frost and showing up. About digging when you're tired. About standing still in the cold when every instinct says, go inside. You follow the others home, feet dragging through snow, heart heavier than your shovel. Back at the cottage, the fire is lit again. Your sister stirs broth. Your brother tries to play a tune on a reed flute he made last summer. It's awful. He keeps playing anyway. You take off your boots, peel the moss away from your feet, and sit on the hearthstones until you can feel your toes again. Then you add another log. The dog lays his head in your lap. The baby laughs, and somehow, against all reason, the warmth returns. The next morning, you wake to something rare, silence that isn't heavy with grief or cracked with coughing. Just stillness, calm. The fire's gone out, and the ashes are cool. But for the first time in days, your body doesn't ache with the kind of tension that lives in your ribs. Instead, it's just the normal, garden variety. Stiffness of a person who's slept in a pile of wool and straw with a dog on their feet and a small child's elbow wedged firmly into their ribs. You blink at the shutter, where pale light seeps in like a cautious guest, and then you hear it. Drip, not from the ceiling, not from someone's nose, but from outside. You rise, quietly, and open the shutter, just enough to see the world beyond the wall. The snow is melting. Not fast, not dramatically, but the icicles on the eaves have started to weep. The packed snow is softening at the edges. The air has changed. It smells damp, like thawed mud, wet bark, and the faint promise of something green beneath all this soggy death. Spring isn't here, but it's whispering through the trees. You let the shutter fall back gently and turn to your mother, who is already feeding the baby with one hand and stitching with the other. Because old habits don't thaw as quickly as icicles, you say, "The snow's soft." She raises her eyebrows, but doesn't speak, just nods. That's how hope works here. Quietly. It's not a song, it's a blink. A tilt of the head. A half smile behind a mug. After a breakfast of reheated porridge and one triumphant dried plum split 4 ways, you pull on your boots. They're still damp, even after a night near the hearth. But moss is patient. You restuff them, lace the twine tighter, and head out the door. Outside, everything drips. The thatch weeps. The trees shiver. The well creaks as you lower the bucket, and the earth, beneath your feet, gives just a little. You hadn't realized how tightly winter had clenched its fist until it started to loosen. You walk to the edge of the field, not because you need to, but because your legs want to. You pass the fence you helped fix, still standing somehow. The sheep eye you warily, like they remember your handiwork and remain unimpressed. You kneel and touch the ground. Still cold, still stubborn, but softer now. The frost line is retreating. By midday, the sun even makes a brief appearance, pale, watery, uncertain. It glints off puddles and turns the road into a slushy, boot-sucking mess. But you don't mind. It means the ice is giving way. You help your cousin patch the shed roof, because the melting snow has found new paths to leak through. He's already slipped twice and is now blaming the latter for his bruised dignity. You steady it while he hammers. The nails bend. The shingles protest. You both laugh, even when you shouldn't, especially when you shouldn't. Later, you check the garden plot. It's a rectangle of wet brown hope, full of rocks and last year's dead things. But you stand over it with your hands on your hips and think, soon. Not yet. Not tomorrow. But soon, you find a bit of green pushing through the frozen edge near the woods. A weed. Maybe. But you touch it like it's a miracle. It bends beneath your fingers, but doesn't break. Historians still argue how early peasants began preparing for spring planting. Some say as soon as the ground allowed. Others believe it was a more gradual awakening, guided by rituals, feast days, and a healthy dose of superstition. You've heard both stories. And like most things in your life, the truth probably lies somewhere between belief and necessity. Back at the cottage, the mood has shifted. Your mother hums, again not that low, mournful hum, but a busier tune. the kind she reserves for laundry days and clean floors. Your sister is brushing the dust from the corners. Your brother is whittling something with entirely too much confidence and too little skill. The dog stretches near the fire. Now burning brighter with fresh wood, you chopped yourself. There's even talk of washing blankets once the water warms enough. Madness. Ambition. But that's the power of thaw. It unlocks more than the earth. You start noticing other signs. The hens are louder. The cow lifted her tail today without looking like it required divine intervention. And the birds, yes. Even the birds have begun testing their voices again. You hear one this evening, trilling from the edge of the village. Its notes uncertain, like it forgot the lyrics over winter. Your sister lights a rushlight without being asked. She arranges the table more carefully, puts a sprig of last year's dried herbs in the middle like a decoration. She doesn't say why. You don't ask. Maybe it's just because it's time. At supper, the air inside feels different. Not warm. Exactly. But less heavy. You sip your broth, chew your bread, and glance around the room. The hole your father left is still there. It always will be. But tonight, your mother eats a second helping. Your brother whistles with his mouth full. The baby pulls your hair and then laughs. And you don't feel quite so clenched anymore. Outside, the frost creeps back in. The thaw retreats with the night. But you've seen enough to know it'll come again. You add another log to the fire and watch the sparks fly upward like tiny stars. Soon, the days will grow longer. The snow will recede. The tools will come out again. Seeds will be counted, measured, guarded like treasure. You'll day. You'll plant. You'll ache. But that's not today. Today, you survive the cold. Again, and maybe, just maybe, tomorrow will be a little warmer. The next few days pass in a sort of sleepy blur. The weather dances on the edge of changes now, one day. Slush, the next. A sudden cold snap that reminds you winter's not quite done being rude. But under it all, you can feel the shift. The world is turning toward warmth again. Slowly, stubbornly, like your grandfather waking from a nap. You fall into the rhythm of things again. Wake before dawn. Stoke the fire. Moss the boots. Carry water. Feed the animals. Check for roof leaks. Fix the shutter that swings when it shouldn't. Patch a hole in your sleeve with thread that barely matches, but definitely holds. Day by day. It's less about surviving and more about preparing, though. You'd be forgiven for not knowing the difference at first glance. In the morning, you help your sister beat the rugs with a stick outside. It's more ceremony than sanitation. Mostly you just enjoy hitting something that doesn't hit back. The rugs give off clouds of dust that swirl in the morning light, briefly looking like tiny storms made of sleep and old soup. You both cough and laugh and curse a little. It feels good. Inside, your mother is sorting through the seed sack. Some are shriveled. Some are fine. Some are a mystery dropped in last year with hope, but no label. You joke that you'll be growing accidental cabbages. She chuckles and tells you to mind your own seeds. One afternoon, you go out with your cousin to check the beehive. It's quiet, still, but when he taps the edge, you hear a faint hum. Just barely. Life under layers. You both grin like idiots. You thought they might not make it this year. That night, while your sister trims your hair by firelight blunt shears, steady hands, you ask her if she thinks spring's really coming. She pauses, then says, "It always does." You don't say anything else. Just let her snip away. A little bits of you falling to the floor like snow that won't melt. Historians still argue whether peasants looked forward to spring or dreaded it more. On one hand, it brought warmth, food, festivals. On the other, it demanded work, so much work. Digging, planting, tending, hope. Yes, but also exhaustion. You suppose both can be true. Joy and burden aren't enemies. Still, the first signs lift your chest. You spot tiny buds on the elder tree by the well. You hear frogs in the marsh, not many, but enough. The dog rolls in the mud instead of the ashes. That's progress. People in the village start appearing again. A few more each day. They come out of their homes like groundhogs peeking to see if they'll be judged. You wave at the baker's daughter. She waves back. A small miracle. You pass the shoemaker. Old Jellard, who's sitting outside for the first time in months, mending something with eyes squinting into the pale sun. You ask him how winter treated him. He shrugs and says, "Didn't win." You like that answer. There's even talk of the first market day. Just a whisper between neighbors. Not official. Not yet. But the idea floats through the village like smoke from the baking house chimney. Market day means barter, exchange, news, gossip, a chance to hear about things beyond your own small corner of mud and moss and fire. The evenings stretch a little now. The light lingers. Not enough to plant yet, but enough to sit by the door and not be swallowed whole by darkness. Your mother even opens the windows one afternoon. Just for a few minutes. Let the air change its mind. She says. The breeze that comes through is cold, wet, and smells like the river. It's not pleasant. Exactly. But it doesn't smell like fire and feet and sickness. You breathe it in deep. One evening, your uncle brings a small bundle of fresh wild garlic. Found it near the South Ridge, he says, poking out like it owns the place. And you chop it into the broth that night. It hits your tongue like a lightning bolt. Sharp, green, real. You laugh. You weren't ready for flavor. Your sister says you made a face like a startled goose. You threaten to feed her garlic every meal until harvest, but secretly, you love it. Later that night, you lie near the hearth again, the dog snoring beside you. You think about everything that didn't kill you this winter. The storms, the illness, the silence, the loss. You survived all of it, not gracefully. Maybe, but persistently. You think of your father, of how he always said that spring is the reward for not giving up, of how he'd plant the peas first, because they don't mind a little frost, and always sing the same ridiculous planting song under his breath. Something about turnips and trousers. You never understood it. Still don't. But you hum it now, quietly, watching the fire flicker low. Outside, the thaw continues. Water drips, earth softens. And inside your chest, where winter has been camped out for months, something begins to bud. It's not joy. Not yet. But it might be its root. You wake the next morning to birdsong, actual birdsong. Not the hesitant warble you've heard these past few weeks. Like the birds were testing their vocal cords after a long, freezing silence. But the full-throated kind, confident and unapologetic. A lark. You think, maybe two. One of them has the gall to perch right outside your window shutter, belting a tune like it's auditioning for a woodland opera. You squint toward the sound. Blankets still wrapped over your head. It feels rude to be sung at before breakfast, but it's also comforting. Familiar. The birds always return before the trees remember how to bloom. The world is shifting again. Outside, the air is damp and smells like wet bark, and something green but not quite definable like the scent of plants. The wind no longer bites. It brushes. The kind of breeze that makes cloaks flutter and laundry actually dry, instead of freezing stiff like sad medieval scarecrows. And this morning, as you walk to the edge of the garden, your boots don't crunch, they squelch. Mud. Honest to goodness. Boot-sucking. Ankle-threatening mud. You grin. It means the frost is losing. The peas go in first. That's the tradition. Your father's voice echoes in your memory as you dig the shallow rows. They're stubborn little things, like your ant grow in the cold. Won't wait their turn. He used to say peas were like the village gossip, even if you tried to bury them. They'd pop up early, uninvited and thriving. You press the dried seeds into the damp earth. Cover them gently. Then tap the soil like you're tucking in a child. You do it again and again. It's soothing, rhythmic, satisfying. The seeds are small, hard, unimpressive. But in a few weeks, they'll climb, they'll stretch, they'll feed you. In the neighboring field, your cousin is turning the earth with a wooden spade, and a lot of commentary, mostly about how much he hates mud. He slips twice. You don't laugh much. The garden becomes the center of your world again. Each day, it expands. A few more rows. Some broad beans. Maybe onions if the ground keeps soft. You pull last year's weeds like they insulted your ancestors. You check the compost heap, which is mostly manure and regrets. And it's steaming. That's good. Warm rot is your friend now. Your sister starts saving ash from the fire in little clay pots. For the cabbages, she says, they like a little grit. You don't question it? Everyone has their rituals. Besides, the cabbages last year were so miserable, they inspired poetry. Bad poetry. Your mother begins mapping out planting beds with sticks and string. You see her kneel. Mark. Adjust. Her hands are steadier than you expect. Her face is sunlined again. There's still sadness in her eyes. But it walks beside her now. Not ahead. At night, the cottage smells like earth and smoke and new bread. There's been flour from the mill again, a late delivery. But enough. You make bannocks. Flat and quick. Pressed with thumbprints. Your brother burns the edges. He insists it's texture. The fire burns a little lower now that it's not the sole protector of your survival. Some nights, you let it go to embers. You don't panic. You simply breathe. The stars are clearer now, too. You step outside one evening, the dog following like a fuzzy barnacle, and look up. The sky is full of stars. No clouds. No smoke. Just cold, quiet light. Your father used to name them with you. That one there, Hunter's Knee, probably sore from chasing the moonmate again. You still don't know if he was serious. But you look for the hunter now and feel something loosen in your chest when you find it. Historians still debate how much peasants understood the sky. They knew the moon phases. Sure, the seasons. But constellations? Some say it was church lore. Others say it was farmer's instinct. You think maybe it was both. Practical magic. In the morning, you see the first shoots. Tiny, green curls pushing through the earth. Peas. Stubborn as ever. Your heart skips. It's not much. A whisper of a crop. But it's something you made. You touched the seed. You bent your back. You waited. And now life. The village begins to hum again. Doors stay open longer. Children reappear. Tools emerge from sheds like old friends. The blacksmith bangs away. The rhythmic clang, a welcome return. You even spot the miller's wife sweeping her steps while singing. Badly. And you don't mind at all. One afternoon, a peddler arrives. First one of the season. His cart is muddy and half broken, and his voice is hoarse. But he's grinning like he invented warm weather. He sells needles, thread, and combs made of horn. You buy nothing. You have no coin, but you linger by the cart, listening to him talk about towns further south, already wearing lighter cloaks. It sounds like fiction. He says he passed a field of snowdrops 2 days ago, that they stretched like a sheet of stars fallen to the ground. You imagine it. Briefly. Then go back to weeding. Your sister finds a frog. She puts it in her apron pocket. It jumps out during dinner. Lands in your mother's bowl. There's chaos. Laughter. Screaming. More laughter. The baby thinks it's a show. You suspect the frog is less amused. That night, your mother pulls the shutters closed and sighs. Still cold at night. She mutters, but the worst has passed. You nod. The cold still comes. It still bites your fingers, stiffens your boots. But it no longer owns you. It's just weather now, not enemy. Just nuisance. You lie in your bed near the fire, listening to the creak of beams and the faint snores of your family. The dog farts. You pretend not to notice. Tomorrow, more seeds will go in. Maybe turnips. Maybe carrots. The soil will resist. Your back will ache. But still, you'll day. Because spring, at long last, is here. And you? You are still here to greet it. By the time the 3rd week of planting rolls around, your knees feel like old hinges, and your palms are a patchwork of calluses and dirt smudges that no amount of scrubbing can erase. Your fingernails have graduated from grubby to archaeological dig site, and the smell of compost has permanently taken up residence in your nostrils. Congratulations, you're officially in spring's mud-streaked grip. Every day begins the same. A crack of sun, a chorus of birds, a sigh from your mother as she tries to coax the baby into morning calm. You slip out the door with a mouthful of bread and a chunk of hard cheese. The closest thing to a portable breakfast in your world. And head toward the plot with the grim determination of someone at war with weeds. The soil is warm now. Mostly. Damp, but not wet. It clings to your boots and globs, then falls away as you walk. You've memorized every stone in this garden, every root that refuses to be moved. Still, each day brings a surprise: a worm, a bird feather, the odd bit of pottery from a forgotten pot. Your sister insists one shard looks like a thumbprint from the first gardener. You tell her it was probably just your brother being clumsy last year. You spend your mornings planting beets and barley, your afternoons reinforcing fences with your cousin, who insists the goats are planning something. They always are. One of them has taken to staring at you with unblinking hostility. You try not to take it personally. Your mother marks each planting row with tiny bundles of tied twigs, your way of keeping track. You once asked why she didn't just use a stick. She said, "Because twigs don't blow away as easily as chalk. And the birds respect bundles." You weren't sure if she was joking? You still aren't. The baby, meanwhile, has discovered mobility, crawling now more of a squirming flop but persistent. You've caught her twice trying to eat moss, and once attempting to lick a flat stone. Your mother sighs a lot these days. Despite the chaos, there's rhythm in it. You can feel the seasons clicking forward like gears in a watermill. Each new shoot of green, each slightly longer day, each morning you wake up without shivering under your cloak, it's all evidence. One morning, you visit the forest's edge. Not far, just past the blackberry thicket and near the path your uncle uses for hunting. It's where the violets bloom first. And there they are, like tiny purple flags waving in the breeze. You kneel down, press your fingers to the soil. Warm, firm, ready? You pluck a few for your mother. Tuck one behind your ear on the way back. And try not to look like someone who just had an emotional moment with a flower. Back in the village, more doors are open. You hear a fiddle playing from someone's kitchen. Children chase each other with sticks and laughter. The mill has started turning again, the creaking wheel echoing across the water. There's even talk of a spring gathering, no feast. Just music and trading and a reason to wear clean tunics. Historians still puzzle over how much joy peasants really found in spring. Some accounts paint it as a time of frenzied labor and worry. Others speak of music, dancing, even painted eggs. You'd argue it's both. It has to be, because the work doesn't stop, but neither does life. Your sister starts weaving flower crowns. She says it's for decoration. You suspect it's also to keep her hands busy, so she doesn't think too much about your father. She weaves one for the baby, who promptly eats half of it. You wear yours anyway, even when it keeps falling off your head. Your brother discovers a toad in the garden and names it Sir Croaks-a-Lot. He builds it a house out of sticks and insists it's a good luck omen. Your mother allows it to stay, on the condition it doesn't end up in anyone's stew pot. You promise nothing. One evening, your mother opens the strongbox. Inside are the few coins left from last year's wool sale, a tiny bit of beeswax, and a small bag of dried cherries saved for a day when we need reminding. She puts a cherry in each hand. One in her own, and one in the baby's. You suck on it for nearly an hour, refusing to bite. It tastes like warmth and old sunshine. That night, the stars are out again, spread across the sky like someone spilled flour on black velvet. You and your brother lie in the field behind the cottage, staring upward, arguing over constellations. He swears one looks like a sheep with a sword. You tell him he's just hungry. The dog interrupts the debate by sitting on both of you. Your sister brings out a cup of cider. Just one, warmed with cloves. You pass it around in silence, each sip warming your throat and softening your thoughts. You lean back again, arms behind your head, and feel the soft press of earth beneath your spine. It's not frozen anymore. It yields. Just a little. Just enough. You think of your father again, how he'd have planted by now. How he'd have tied a strip of cloth to the garden fence, so the spirits know it's ours. You find a scrap of his old tunic. Tear a thin strip, and knot it to the fence post at dawn. Not because you believe in spirits, but because he did. Your mother watches you do it. She doesn't say anything, just nods. Later, as you pull weeds from the carrot bed, you hear her humming. It's the same tune she sang the day the baby was born. The one that faded when your father died. But now, it's back. Not loud, not perfect, but hers. The days stretch longer now. Almost luxuriously so. You get more done. You ache more, too. But it's the good kind of acheth sort that means you've done something real. You walk into the house with mud on your knees, green smudges on your sleeves, and an onion in your hand, like it's a trophy. Your mother laughs. You're filthy. You smile. I'm fed. That night, the fire burns low, but not because it needs to, because you choose it. The blankets aren't quite so thick. The cottage feels wider somehow, like winter finally took its weight with it when it left. And you fall asleep with dirt under your nails and the scent of violets in your hair. You've never felt more alive. You wake to birdsong again. But this time, it's layered blackbird, thrush, something shrill that sounds like a tiny avian blacksmith hammering on a silver anvil. And for once, the sound doesn't feel too early. It feels earned, welcomed, like applause after a long, brutal play where no one was sure the actors would survive the first act. You sit up slowly. The straw beneath your bedding has flattened and turned fragrant with time. The dog is curled against your side, snoring softly. His fur is warm, a little matted, and distinctly barn-scented. But you don't mind. Outside, light slants through the shutter gaps in golden stripes that make your sister's hair look almost regal as she braids it by the fire. The room smells like bread rising and smoke, and that faint, hopeful tang of fresh herbs your mother's been hanging in the rafters again. You stretch your arms. No frostbite. No coughing fits. No icicles forming on your breath. Just morning, after breakfast barley porridge. Again. But now, with a splash of goat milk and a few wild greens tossed in like you're feasting, you head outside and blink into the sun. Yes. Actual sun. The kind that feels like something rather than nothing. The kind that touches your skin and doesn't immediately flee back behind clouds. You walk the rows. The peas are climbing. The barley sprouts are pale but upright. The carrots still underground, but you can sense their promise. The whole garden hums with potential. The weeds hum louder. You crouch. 2. Pull. Toss. Repeat. You do it without thinking. Hands moving on their own. Body, following the rhythm of soil and sinew. You hum to yourself. The same nonsense tune your father used to mutter during harvest. You only know 5 notes, but you play them like a symphony. At the field's edge, the hens have rediscovered ambition. They cluck and fuss and stage minor revolts near the fence post where you left that strip of cloth weeks ago. It flutters now in the breeze. A tiny, fraying flag of memory. A neighbor passes by with a cart full of kindling and nods in your direction. Not the heavy winter nod. The "we're all dying together" kind. This one has weight, but also lift. The nod of "we're still here." It's better than a greeting. By midday, the village road is alive again. Carts rumble. Children shriek. You pass the baker's house and smell yeast and honey. A man is sharpening a blade on a whetstone out front. Not a weapon, just a scythe. It sings as he slides it. And the sound feels like the season getting ready for real work. There's word of travelers coming through. Monks on foot from the west. A woman with ribbons for sale. A storyteller who sleeps under hedges and carries 3 books on her back, none of which she can read. Your brother wants to trade her a chicken for a story. Your mother tells him she'll trade him if he tries. That night, the village holds its first real gathering of the year. Not a festival, not a feast, but a gathering half trade, half gossip, with music and meat and a lot of people who haven't seen each other since they were snowed in by January. You put on your least filthy tunic. Your sister braids your hair. Your mother smears your cheeks with something she says smells like rosemary but feels like lard. You try not to complain. At the gathering, there's a long table piled with bread, onions, dried fruit, and a pot of something stew-like that no one wants to question. Someone plays a fiddle. Another has a drum that looks suspiciously like an upturned bucket. Children run between legs, shrieking with laughter. The night is loud in a way you'd almost forgotten people could be. You see your cousin dancing with the girl from the dairy. He's not good at it. He steps on her foot twice and apologizes loudly enough for everyone to hear. She laughs anyway. You're surprised to find yourself smiling. Your mother talks with math near the fire. You catch snippets weather, planting dates, how much ale is too much before sowing. The usual. They both laugh. The baby falls asleep on your shoulder. One sticky fist, clutching your hair. Someone sings a ballad, a slow one, about spring and parting and wading through snow for something that never came. Everyone goes quiet. For a moment, even the wind holds its breath. And then it ends. And no one claps. But someone hands the singer a piece of honeycomb, and that seems like thanks enough. Historians still debate whether gatherings like this were religious, seasonal, or simply about morale. Likely all 3. You don't care what label they give it. You know how it feels. Necessary. Like exhaling after months of holding your breath. Later, someone juggles apples. Badly. One rolls into the fire. There's mild panic. A heroic rescue. And applause. The juggler bows. You pretend not to be impressed. On your walk home, you see the stars again. bright. Unapologetics. You and your sister name them. Even the ones you don't know. You invent constellations. The bent shovel. The angry goat. The pickle jar. She adds, the sleeping turnip. You declare it the ruler of the sky. Back at the cottage. The fire's still warm. The dog greets you with a lazy wag. Your mother tucks the baby in. Your brother is already snoring. Your sister hums as she pulls off her boots. You sit on your straw mattress, stretching out tired limbs, and glance once more toward the shutter. Outside. The frost is a memory. The cold may return. In nights and gusts, and sudden, rude reminders. But for now, it's on the run, inside. The warmth is yours. Not just from fire, but from laughter, and dirt under your nails, and the echo of fiddles still dancing behind your ribs. The next morning starts with birds and bells faint. Distant chimes rolling down the hills like water. Church bells. Probably from the monastery a day's walk away. The wind must be just right. Or maybe the world's trying to remind you that it's Sunday. Even if your family still has 3 rows of beans to plant and a fence post to mend before the goats figure out how to commit arson. You rise slowly. Not from reluctance, just the luxurious fatigue of a body that worked hard, slept deep, and woke to light instead of frost. You stretch, yawn, and pull the blanket tighter for a second. Then the dog sneezes directly into your ear. So much for luxury. The fire's gone out. But the air inside the cottage is only cool. Not cruel. You wrap a shawl around your shoulders. Shuffle past your brother, who's turned his sleeping mat into a sort of cocoon, and peek outside. The garden glows. Dew glistens on every leaf. Every blade. Every fledgling stalk like the earth dipped itself in silver. Even the weeds look proud. You crouch beside the first row of barley and run your fingers over the shoots. They tremble just slightly, alive and stubborn. You glance toward the forest. The trees are nearly full now. Leaves still small but vibrant, like coins just minted. The birds sing without restraint. Somewhere deeper in the woods, you hear a woodpecker drumming, like it's sending Morse code to spring. Your mother's already outside. She has a basket on her hip and a look that says, "Don't make me ask you twice." She's heading toward the herb patch what survived of it. Anyway, winter was not kind to the thyme, but the mint is thriving, like it has something to prove. You grab the shovel. The beans won't plant themselves. You and your sister dig the rows. She moves fast, more graceful than you, but with less muscle. You tease her. She mocks your posture. Your brother joins an hour later and mostly gets in the way. You assign him to scarecrow duty, which he takes far too seriously. He puts your uncle's old hat on a pole and draws a frowning face with charcoal. Somehow, it's more comical than frightening. The crows aren't convinced. By midday, the beans are in. Your back is sore, and your hands are raw again. You sit beneath the elder tree with a hunk of bread and some soft cheese your cousin traded for 3 eggs and a story. It's a fair trade. You bite into the bread, have slowly, and listen to the breeze rustling the young leaves above. Your uncle stops by in the afternoon. Not for work, for talk. He brings a sack of flour. A few brass buttons he found buried near the fields. Roman. He says, proudly, but probably just from last spring. And word from beyond the village. The river road is open again. The barge has returned. The miller's boy fell in and claimed he was baptized by bread gods. Your uncle laughs at his own telling. You laugh too. Mostly at the image of someone being anointed in barley water. News spreads fast when it's the first real news in weeks. There's a cart headed north. A merchant traveling with dried figs and boots and something called candied orange peel that your cousin claims tastes like sweet soap. You've never had an orange. The thought makes your teeth ache with curiosity. Historians still puzzle over how much global trade reached rural peasants. Some say next to none others suggest more than you'd expect. Bits of silk, foreign coins, rare fruits showing up in the oddest places. You know this much. If someone shows up with candied anything, your family will probably trade half a goat for a bite. That evening, your mother sends you into the woods to collect nettles. For soup, she says, and hands you the basket and a pair of thick gloves. You know the spoda clearing near the old hollow log, where the stinging ones grow in clusters like tiny green armies. As you walk, the woods hum. Bees drift lazily past. A fox startles from the underbrush. You hear the distant splash of something in the stream frog. Fish. Or fairy. You'll never know. The nettles are easy to find. You snip carefully, muttering apologies to the plants, because you never know who's listening out here. On the way back, you spot wild violets. And farther on, a mushroom ring perfect. Circular. Suspicious. You don't step inside it. Your grandmother told you once that stepping in a mushroom ring was how you ended up in the Fey realm for 7 years and came back with hair like cobwebs. Your cousin did once and lost a sock. He still blames the fairies. The sun is low by the time you return. You hand your mother the nettles. Rub your stung wrist. And watch her drop them into a pot of boiling water with onions and a fistful of barley. The smell is sharp, herbal, and somehow comforting. You eat slowly that night, with your bowl cradled in your lap, steam rising to warm your face. The baby grabs at your spoon and gurgles. Your brother tells a story about a goose that outwitted a merchant and became mayor of a town. No one believes him, but no one minds. Later, you sit by the hearth, a little sleepy, a little sore, and realize you're not dreading the night. It's not a battle anymore. The cold doesn't threaten from outside the walls. It's just evening. You stretch your feet toward the last embers and sigh. The dog sighs back. Even the crows, those feathered anarchists, are finally quiet. And for the first time in a long time, the silence inside the cottage isn't about grief or fear. It's peace. The sun rises earlier now, slipping into your cottage before you're ready for it. Like an overly cheerful friend who shows up before breakfast with a lute and no awareness of personal space. You squint, stretch, and sit up, greeted not by biting cold or thick smoke, but by a soft, warm breeze sneaking through a cracked shutter and the scent of mint drying on the rafters. The dog is sprawled belly up beside you, paws twitching in a dream that probably involves chickens and bad decisions. The baby's already awake, smacking her wooden spoon against the floor like she's testing it for structural weaknesses. Your mother gives her a soft shh which she ignores with the fearless defiance of someone with 4 teeth and no responsibilities. Outside, the world is drunk on spring. The garden has exploded. Peas race up their trellises. The barley waves in the breeze like it's practicing for a festival dance. Even the carrots are peeking above their beds, flaunting leafy confidence. You and your sister spend the morning thinning them, muttering apologies to each one you pull. Sorry, not enough room. Better luck next century. Hem. The compost pile is steaming again. Glorious. Flagrant déchet. It smells awful. It smells like life. Your cousin arrives after breakfast with a basket of duck eggs and a truly questionable haircut. Apparently, he let your brother practice with sheep shears. There's a long pause when you open the door and see it. You say nothing. He nods solemnly, as if to acknowledge. Yes, this is the head I have now. You trade him some radishes and send him on his way with a sympathetic slap on the back. The village is humming. Doors open. Clothes flutter on lines. Children yell. The smith hammers. The baker shouts. Orders at no one in particular. A goat escape. Again. The same goat. You suspect it's smarter than most people you know. It likes to eat your sister's laundry and stare judgmentally at your fence building that afternoon. The trader returns. Not a big caravan, just one man with a donkey and a cart that rattles like it's mostly held together by prayers and string. But he has things. Salt, iron nails, needles, a bolt of rough wool dyed with something vaguely purple, a basket of apples so red they might be sorcery. You trade 2 sacks of early greens and a lump of beeswax for a new comb, a small mirror, Andrum rolla, single apple. Your sister splits it 6 ways. You get 2 bites. It tastes like sunshine dipped in rainwater. The trader speaks of distant towns, southern heat, ships at port. He says there's talk of war. There's always talk of war. You listen, nod, and file it under later problems. That evening, your family gathers outside. The air is perfect. Warm, dry, heavy with the scent of turned soil and blooming things. Your mother sits spinning wool. Your brother sharpens a stick for no reason. Your sister braids flowers into a garland and threatens to crown the dog, who looks unbothered. You sit on the stoop, chin in hand, watching the sky shift from blue to orange to violet. 1 star appears, then another, and then the bats come out, darting like punctuation marks between sentences of birdsong. Your uncle joins for a while, shares a bottle of something sharp and homemade. He drinks, sighs, and says, "He'd have liked this night?" "Oh." He means your father. You nod. He would have wanted the apple. Greedy. Your uncle agrees. Smiling. He'd have hidden it in his coat. You both laugh. And it doesn't feel heavy. It feels like remembering a favorite line from a familiar story. Historians still argue about the emotional lives of peasants, whether grief shaped their daily existence or if joy somehow flourished in the cracks. But here, sitting with your family as the day exhales its last breath, you know the answer. People carried sorrow. Yes, but also jokes, warmth, pride, and the patience to wait out winters that wanted them gone. Later, inside the cottage, the baby babbles herself to sleep. The dog claims your spot on the floor, and your sister wraps the garland around the lantern because it's festive. Your mother watches the flame for a long time. You lean back, hands behind your head, staring at the beams above. You trace the cracks in the wood, the spider web in the corner, the little hook where your father used to hang his hat. It's still empty, but you don't feel hollow looking at it now. You feel grateful for survival, for spring, for the strange, stubborn warmth that found its way back into your bones. You close your eyes as the wind moves gently through the shutter slats. It's a warm wind, no threat in it, just the sound of leaves whispering. You made it? Oh, the morning is soft. That's the only word that fits. Soft sun, soft breeze, soft sound of your sister sweeping the threshold with the birch twig broom. Each swish of bristle barely rising above the sparrows chattering in the hedges. No smoke, no urgency, just the slow unfolding of a day that doesn't need to be anything more than itself. You sit by the doorway with your feet in the grass, letting the dew soak into your socks, because, well, they needed washing anyway. The garden hums behind you, alive and messy. Bean tendrils twist around the sticks like lazy dancers. The barley sways with silent applause, and the carrots have practically declared independence. Even the dog lies belly up in the radish patch, thoroughly unrepentant. The cottage, once a cold, cramped space where you huddled through each night hoping for sunrise, now breathes. The windows are open. The air moves. Light slides along the beams and dances in the corners, where frost once loitered like a mugger. The shadows are playful now, not threatening. Your mother stands at the table, kneading dough. Her sleeves are rolled, her brow furrowed in concentration, but the corners of her mouth hint at peace. The baby coos in the corner, gnawing on a wooden spoon with fierce commitment. Your brother is carving nonsense into the handle of his knife. He calls it art. You call it splinters waiting to happen. Oh, your sister hums while grinding herbs in a bowl. She adds a sprig of mint to a jar of oil and calls it medicine. Whether it works or not, you decide. It smells good enough to believe in. You take a walk. No reason. Just your feet asking politely for a change of view. Down the path that leads past the mill, where the wheel churns contentedly now, fed by melted snow and generous rains. Past the field where your cousin is muttering at his goats again. One of them is wearing a crown of thistles. You don't ask. You keep walking along the ridge where the violets grow thick, where the path splits into two ruts worn by generations of boots, and where a small wooden cross stands, weathered and crooked. You pause there. You touch the wood, say nothing, but you feel something in your chest loosen, like a knot that's been there too long, finally getting the message. It's okay now. When you return, the bread is in the oven. The whole cottage smells like warmth you can taste. Your uncle stops by with a gift, a single duckling, yellow and confused, wobbling around in a basket like it's just been born into a world too large to understand. The baby is delighted. The dog is horrified. Your mother sighs. The duckling is named Sir Waddles within minutes. He now lives in a box lined with straw, and entirely too much enthusiasm. You suspect his reign will be short but memorable. The bread comes out of the oven, brown and cracked. The crust dusted with ash and pride. You eat it with butter and green onions and slices of last year's pickled turnip. It tastes like a banquet. Later, as the sun slides down behind the hill and the shadows stretch across the yard, you and your brother patch the last bit of the fence. You hammer. He holds. The wood creaks, but stays. The goats watch. Unimpressed, your sister strings wildflowers on a thread and drapes them over the fence post, declaring it done properly. The flowers wilt almost immediately, but you leave them. Decoration has never been about longevity. That evening, the village bells ring again. Not a funeral. Not a warning. Just a call. You follow it. In the meadow near the chapel ruins, people are gathering. Not for a market or a feast, just to be. Someone plays a lute. Someone else sings a song about summer rain and kissing in wheat fields. Children chase fireflies. Grown-ups pretend not to be watching stars. Even Math is there, leaning on her stick, muttering that the sky looks smug tonight. You lie back in the grass. It's cool, but not cold. You count the stars. You listen to the laughter. You feel, without question, that you are part of something older and larger than yourself. Historians will never know this moment. There's no record of how the grass feels against your neck, or how your mother laughed when the duckling fell into her stew pot, rescued unharmed. No manuscript will describe the way your family stood in the doorway tonight. Not saying anything, just watching the sun disappear behind the trees like it was tucking in the whole world. But you know what survival feels like when it turns into living again. You know the coldest nights are real. But so is the thaw. So is the breath you're taking now. Clean and slow and unhurried. And in the silence between stars, in the soft creak of the cottage walls, in the flicker of the hearth, you realize you made it. You survived the dark, and you're not just alive. You're home. So now, let's slow everything down. The fire is still glowing, but softer now. Just embers nestled in ash. The room is quiet, full of the hush that follows a long day, well spent. The dog is asleep. The baby, too. Outside, a breeze rustles the trees like a lullaby written by leaves. Your body is tired, but not the kind of tired that hurts. It's that deep, peaceful ache that says you've done enough, that you're safe, that you've earned your rest. Your feet are warm under the blanket. The pillow cradles your head just right, and the night asks nothing of you, only that you stay. Right here, in this softness, you can still smell the herbs from earlier. Faint but lingering. Mint, thyme, maybe leonor. You let the scent carry you. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts drift like mist on a spring morning. Not gone. Just floating. The stars outside keep their vigil. Quiet. Patient. Gentle. You don't need to name them tonight. Just know they're there. Watching. Whispering. You've come through cold winds. Frozen toes. Aching backs. And long nights with no guarantees. And here you are. Not just surviving anymore. Living. Dreaming. Tomorrow will be full again of work. And laughter. and small things that matter. But for now, the world is still. Stay here. Breathe. Let sleep take its time. You don't need to chase it. It's already on its way. Good night, my friend. You made it through the coldest nights. And now, you rest. Sweet dreams.